The great spire of knowledge illuminates us all. How is that? It's what you humans say, right?
The southern seas are my domain. Welcome to Mobile Legends! Five seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed! Are you suffocating? A more beautiful queen than me? You have slain an enemy! Double kill! Shut down! Triple kill! And listen to my graceful songs. You have slain an enemy! No one has the power. Double kill! Shut down! Enemy double kill! Always ready for my new life. All these beautiful bodies, shattered by the ocean waves. Suffocating. Ally has been slain. You have been slain. receive my mercy. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Triple kill. Launch attack. Is there a more beautiful queen than me? No one has the power to control the seas. You have slain an enemy! Are you suffocating? An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. The ocean waves are so sweet. Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Initiate retreat! Ally has been slain. Stop and listen. Killing spree! Shut down! An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill. Enemy double kill.
La 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 la. Hehe.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Launch attack! You have slain an enemy. Shattered by the ocean. Launch attack! Praise me, and you shall receive my mercy. You have slain an enemy. Ally has been slain. The sea! An enemy has been slain. No one has the power to control the seas, except for me. An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy base is under attack. Defeat.
Demons incarnate!
Hope will find a way, even when all is forlorn. Hope will find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Five seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Does it expire?
Smash them! All troops deployed!
Till Richburg breathes again.
First blood! Enemy double kill!
For Necrokeep!
Launch attack!
For the fallen! I was supposed to marry him. In this gown.
An enemy has been slain! Enemy rampage! Thank you!
Fear!
Our turret is under attack! An enemy has been slain! You have slain an enemy!
Think twice before you lay your fingers on us. I'll be the beacon that guides Necrokeep through the dark.
Ult is not ready.
Taste the
Ult is not
despair.
ready. An enemy has been slain! Ult is ready.
Taste the despair.
An enemy has been slain! Double kill! An enemy
does not erase.
We hold our ground.
Such a painful goodbye.
An ally has been slain. Your turret is under attack.
Despair will be dispelled.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Reach!
You have been slain.
I want.
Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready.
Despair will be dispelled.
Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Shame on you!
Shut down. Killing spree. Shut down. Legendary.
For the fallen, we hold our ground! Fear!
Ult is ready. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Double kill.
Taste the despair. Mind your steps, visitor. The necrokeep is cold and hostile.
You destroy the turret.
There's no farther.
Killing spree. Slain an enemy. Thank you.
Shame on you!
Slain an enemy.
Life is wasted. Necrokeep will bathe the daylight.
Thank you.
Let's be friends.
Ult is not ready. Killing spree. Shut down.
Taste despair. We hold up.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Taste despair.
Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Ult is ready.
There are memories time does not erase. Despair.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Ally has been slain. Launch attack.
Fear.
Ult is not ready.
Leave. Taste despair. Taste
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double.
Does it expire?
An enemy has been slain. Launch attack. Enemy has been slain. Double kill. Launch attack. Okay. Initiate retreat. Push first. Initiate retreat.
Such a painful goodbye.
Initiate retreat.
This is not the end for us.
Slain an enemy is ready.
There's no farther for us to fall.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Enemy. You have slain an
Think
enemy.
twice before you lay your fingers on us.
Launch attack.
For Necrokeep!
Initiate retreat.
Taste the despair.
Launch attack. Spree.
Life wasted.
Kill.
Mind your steps, visitor. For Necrokeep is cold and hostile. Think twice before you lay your fingers on us.
Shut down. Enemy Initiate retreat! Good game! Launch attack! Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Been destroyed. Launch attack! Okay. Our base is under attack. Defeat.
The falling stars brought us here.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Brilliant.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
The 9 billion stars above. I know every one of them.
Come to me, first blood! Shine for me! An enemy has been slain. Ally has been enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Shine for me!
I have my destiny on my fingertips.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Get lost in the
Our
stars.
turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Shut
Cha! Cha! Stargazers only see the past. What I want, however, is to reshape the future.
An enemy has been slain. Rain of stars. Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Our turret is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Come to me!
Rain of stars! An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Shine for me!
Ally has been slain.
Flare!
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Double kill.
By the will of the stars. Stellar confinement! Cha! Rain of stars!
Shut down. Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Shine for me! Celestial revelation!
Our turret is under attack.
Go back to where you belong.
Rain of stars.
The stars see all, but they never care.
Ally has been slain. Killing spree. Shut down.
It's destined. I can't fall.
Our turret is under attack. Enemy rampage.
Brilliant. Back to the embrace of the night
Our
sky.
turret is under attack. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Our turret is under attack.
Shine for me! Flare!
Double kill. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Triple kill. Shut down. Enemy triple kill. Shut down.
Time to look for new possibilities.
Your team destroyed a turret. Ally has been slain.
Get lost.
Double kill. Ally has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Back to the embrace of the night sky.
Been slain. Enemy double kill. Our base is under attack.
Defeat.
Retreat! Ally has been slain. Launch attack! An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Ult is ready. slain. Initiate retreat! Enemy has been slain! Ult is not ready. Launch attack! Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready. Your team destroyed a turret! Ult is ready. Launch attack! Request back! You have been slain. Enemy has been slain. Request back! Launch attack! Launch attack! Battle spell is ready. Request backup! Launch attack! Double kill! Free! Your team destroyed a turret! Ult is ready. Your team destroyed a turret! turret! Unstoppable!
perang tulog. Sa inflation, sunog. Push, push, push. Why burn when you can earn thousands with Maya? Others burn, Maya earns.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Ang perang tulog. Sa inflation, sunog. Push, push, push. Why burn when you can earn thousands with Maya? Others burn, Maya earns.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Ang perang tulog. Sa inflation, sunog. Push, push, push. Why burn when you can earn thousands with Maya? Others burn, Maya earns.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Ang perang tulog. Sa inflation, sunog. Push, push, push. Why burn when you can earn thousands with Maya? Others burn, Maya earns.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Ang perang tulog. Sa inflation, sunog. Push, push, push. Why burn when you can earn thousands with Maya? Others burn, Maya earns.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Ang perang tulog. Sa inflation, sunog. Push, push, push. Why burn when you can earn thousands with Maya? Others burn, Maya earns.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Ang perang tulog. Sa inflation, sunog. Push, push, push. Why burn when you can earn thousands with Maya? Others burn, Maya earns.
at sino-sino ang makakausbong para muling ipakita ang kanilang lakas sa second round ng ating play-ins. Abangan na dito lang sa MDL Philippines Season 5. Ilabas ang lakas! Maligayang pagbabalik at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. This is your very own Odette here for MDL Philippines Season 5 at talagang kaabang-abang ang mga mapapanood nating laban ngayong araw dahil malalaman na natin kung sino nga ba ang susunod na tatlong pupunan na magpapatuloy sa second round ng ating play-ins at sasamahan ang mga nanalo kahapon na Smart Omega Neos at Marshall Mayhem. At tandaan, hindi lamang ito ang mga teams na ating makikita dahil elimination rounds na. Tatlo man ang magpapatuloy, tatlo rin ang magpapaalam sa ating liga. More bittersweet farewells ang triumphant victories ang kailangan nating paghandaan. Kaya, ready na ba kayong lahat? Pero bagong lahat, pasalamatan natin ang ating official sponsors na talaga sumusuporta at nagbibigay ng pagkakataon na para palakihin palalo ang ating liga. Our presenting sponsor, Real Me, Performance Beyond Limits. And our official sponsors, Amaya, It's Everything and a Bag. And TT Racing. For those who dream of work and play, TT Racing has your back. And now it's time para kumustahin naman ang ating mga kasamang casters for today. Athena and Tupe, kumusta?
Ayaw din.
Hello, welcome back sa iyo, Athena. Dahil hindi ka namin nakasama kahapon, I know na nanood ka rin naman.
Oo
Ano ba yung mga tumatak sa iyo kahapon?
Ang tumatak sa akin ay yung mga long game.
Ayan.
Sobrang hahaba ng mga naging laban, especially yung first match natin. But actually, yung bittersweet niya, katulad na sinabi mo, tila ba, medyo may kiro talaga sa puso ko. Lalo sa mga nanonood. But ito yung reality eh. And yung mga recap kasi kahapon, di ba, ang Marshall Mayhem, kilala nga natin sila last. Ngayon na nagbabalik, gusto sana nilang bumawi at ngayon nakuha nila yan. And surprisingly, nakakuha sila ng magandang turnaround after a very difficult regular season. At ngayon sa pagpasok ng play-ins naman, nagpaalam tayo sa Minerva na sigurado makakabalik naman ng mas malakas after experiencing their first season sa MDL.
Then sinundan ng star match natin kahapon, Smart Omega Neos and Gods of Edith. And pinapatunayan ng Smart Omega na sila pa rin ang naghahari up until the play-ins of MDL by again sweeping the Gods of Edith. Just like Minerva, nag-exit na rin ang Gods of Edith sa ating season.
Yan ang mga kaganapan natin yesterday, no? Mga nakita natin na hindi inaasahan for our day 1 ng ating play-ins. At hindi lang naman yan ang ating aabangan or dapat i-recap. Dahil kailangan nating balikan ang ating weeks 1 to 4 stats starting with our meta. With the patch, meron tayong mga heroes na napapansin na nagstay talaga sa top 5. Katulad na lamang na sa side ni Athena, ang top 5 picks natin ay Granger pa din on top of our list. Suyu, Gatotkacha, Hylos, and Joy.
Yung iba kasi dito, masasabi talaga natin na kahit nagkaroon ng patch, by the way, kanina rin merong nangyaring patch, is masasabi natin hindi naman over na-analyze or masyadong na-tweak around. Kasi kung papansin ninyo, top on the ranks pa rin yung Granger and Suyu. Kasi nga, before our 2-week break, bago tayo mag-Hollywood break din, guys, is nakita pa rin natin yung overpowering na spike na to onto the early to mid. Kaya makikita talaga natin nag-stay to throughout the whole season natin na yung play-hits. Nakikita pa rin naman natin yan. And yung Suyu din kasi somehow is na-introduce ngayon as being on top 1 pagdating sa kanyang pagpasok pa lang sa MPL or kahit dito sa MDL.
Correct. At bukod sa ating top 5 picks, nakikita rin natin ngayon ang top 5 band heroes sa ating tournament. On top dyan si Fanny, sunundan ni Mathilda, pangatlo si Zushin, pang-apat si Harith, and lastly si Phobius. Which is common trend din na nakikita natin sa ating rankings para sa mga nanonood na casual gamers out there, no? Bakit nga ba ganito ang nakikita natin, Tupe?
Well, mapapansin nyo yung Fanny hindi na makaalog dyan. Kahit sa ang liga, lalo na sa Pilipinas, ay hindi talaga binibigay ang Fanny. Ang interesting dyan is yung pag-akit din sa ban ng isang Harith. If you remember, group stage natin, laging napipili ang Phobius Harith sa kanilang mga counters. Pero ngayon kasi mas pinipili ng mga teams natin na i-ban yung Harriet, i-open ang Granger kasi meron ng Iritel na pwedeng panglaban na doon sa Granger. And Zushin, bumaba yung kanyang ban, pero nandun pa rin siya sa top 5. Matilda yung umakyat sa top 2.
Feeling ko mababago pa to kasi may Kalea na into the play.
Yun pa.
Oo nga, no?
May bago na
pumasok
siyang
na bagong
pumalit.
hero. At speaking of Zushin, parang number 1 siya ng mga first few weeks natin at 90% ban rate. At hindi lang yan ang ating pag-uusapan, hindi lang mga heroes, kundi pati na rin ang ating mga players. From weeks 1 to 4, ito ang mga nasa leaderboards natin. At ano masasabi nyo dito sa ating top 5 total kills with Nausea being number 1?
Gusto ko dito na somehow revenge arc nila yung season 5. Kasi itong mga players na to, kung maalala nyo last season, sa mga hindi nakakalam by the way, is medyo nag-fell short. Pero ngayon, tingnan nyo naman rising through the ranks. And isa sa pinaka nakikita consistent lagi na nasa top 5 total kills, etong si Nosha siya kasi Matt.
Yeah, and isa rin dyan na mapapansin natin, ang tanging rookie dito sa top 5 na to, which is Teddy Cutie.
Pang-apat sumingat
Diba?
Oo nga, gold laner ng ating list. At hindi lang naman yan ang ating titingnan. Meron pa rin tayo mga ibang listahan katulad na lamang ng total assists na top 5 sa MDL Season 5. Number 1 dyan, si Kaloy.
Pero yung trend doon, natutuloy. By the way, karamihan ay nanggagaling sa AP Rock for Lira. Tapos, for Onyx 9 Lives. May isang naisingit naman ngayon.
Oo nga.
From
si Ishka
TLAC na ngayon na nakikita naman natin na sa muli niyang pagbabalik. Pero under TLAC, last season nag-Onyx 9 Lives din siya. So, technically, there's history and also, somehow gusto niya makabangon muli. Ngayong season 5, mas marami na tayong teams na abangan at mas marami na rin kasi players na kailangan bantayan.
At for you casters, gusto ko na din matanong, no, kung sino nga ba dito sa top 5 GPM ang bagong mukha din?
Ayan,
Ito, Teddy Cutie is of course a rookie plus Fritz. Dalawang rookie ang kasama dito sa top 5 gold per minute natin. At yung dalawang rookies na yan ay mapapanood din natin today. And just like the other stats, laging present dalawa for Onyx 9 Lives.
Oo nga.
Ang naroon, kaya ang taas ng numbers nila. We did the comparison before na sa mga numbers nila sa pag-angat from season 4 to season 5, but not as a team, not just a team, no, buong mga players din nila individually talagang umangat yung stats.
That's right, Tupe. At kung mapapansin nyo sa ating top 5 gold per minute, yung mga players na yan ay may laban ngayong araw.
Mga batang may laban.
Mga batang may laban for today. So, dapat nyo talagang abangan. At mapapanood din natin yung iba na nandyan ngayong araw. Kaya silipin natin ang today's schedule for our matches. Pangunahan niya ng Falcons Academy versus Uncle Drew Gamer Pack. Susundan ang ating star match na Arc Kaito versus Metacore City. And lastly, for our match 3, that's Onyx 9 Lives versus Flare Esports. Let's talk about our star match. That's Arc Kaito versus Metacore CE. Ano bang thoughts nyo dito, Athena and Tupe?
Medyo pwedeng maging heartbreaking ulit kasi ito'y laglagan pa rin sa mga audience natin na nanonood. So, now na kailangan pinaka lumabas yung supporta nyo. And thoughts ko to this one, baka nga posible tayong ma-extend. Hindi ko naman sinasabi kung ano yung ma-extend. Extend ba ng upuan? Or extend ba ng mga limbs dyan? Pero tingnan nyo na lang kung ano yung
Gusto ko
pwede
yun,
natin
extend limbs.
dapat natin nagawin. Sorry, Tupe.
Sorry, Tupe, for laughing sa iyong sinabing yun.
At least napasaya ko kayo.
Gusto natin ng magandang laban sa loob ng LAN dahil kahapon, puro sweep ang ating napanood. This time around, we'll see if talagang lalaban ang magkabilang koponan at mag-extend tayo ng ating mga limbs para suportahan ang ating mga players.
Kasi syempre pag nag-cheer ka ganyan yun eh. Cheer.
Saka group hug kailangan.
Paano ba yung cheer?
Cheer. Mataas po yan. Mataas. Mahigpit lang yun ako.
And for our supporters, pinapaalala lamang din namin na meron pang available tickets para sa mga laban na magaganap this Friday to Sunday on MPL. Watch MPL Philippines live at Green Sun Makati for an opportunity na ma-meet nyo ang inyong paboritong players. Pumunta lamang kayo sa official website ng MPL Philippines. I'll see you guys sa weekend and probably si Athena din. Kaya bumili na kayo ng tickets para mapanood ng aksyon sa MPL Philippines. At dahil dyan, excited na akong makita ang tatlong matches natin ngayong araw. I know you guys are too. Kaya iwan ko na ang unang serye sa ating mga casters. Athena and Pepe, casters, kayo na to.
Muli tayo magbabalik para sa isa na naman maigting at napakainit na action. It's going to be the first match, Falcons Academy versus UDG. Muli kami makakasama niyo, Athena nga pala, muli is ito, Pe. Mag-stretching na yung mga kailangan mag-stretching dan. Lahat ng kailangan yung ihanda, tubig man yan, merienda man yan, ihain nyo na. Kasi this is going to be a very heavy battle for FLCA and UDG, and sinortcut ko na. Team Falcons Academy and Girl Drew Gamer Pack dahil nga it's going to be following the standard. Ano ba yung mga standard na yung sinasabi natin to, Pe?
Well, speaking of standard, matunog talaga yan since the M series at nung tinawag natin gold standard si Kelra. And with that standard, ang daming gustong lumakas ngayon as a gold laner. Aside from Kelra, Benny Cutie is there.
Ayan.
Diba? Na talagang alam naman natin, kaya manalo ng kampyonato in a World Cup stage.
Tama. At kapag sinabi kasi nating standard dyan, nakakapag-set ng expectations. And expectations, of course, is always on the positive note. At bakit nga ba following on to the standard? Dahil according nga sa isang player na in-interview ng ating team, hindi sila lumipad in-interview ng ating team, etong si Teddy Cutie, ang kanyang itinuturing na rival daw ngayon, yung makakalaban nila sa elimination, which is ngayon nga, na si Vinsky. Dati niya na daw kasi itong nakasama sa Gamer Pack at lagi din naman daw nila siyang nakakalaban. Sabay din kami nag-MDL. So, yung kasabayan niya na pumasok ngayon onto his rookie season at tinitingnan na talaga na pinaka-rival niya. Especially ngayon nga sa some of planes sa eliminations na rin.
This could be a brotherhood rivalry for both sides. Matagal nang nagkasama to. On a specific tournament kasi nakita ko na naka-line up silang pareho. So, dalawang gold laners sa isang team, of course, alam natin yung palitan ng dalawa. And speaking of palitan, ang ilabas mo, ang lakas mo, ang lakas, ito yung sabi ni Vinsky. Good luck, best of the best goals sa amateur scene. Kalmahan mo lang sa lane, bigay natin ang best natin para sa Dreams.
At ang sagot naman ni Teddy Cutie, good luck sa atin, best gold ng Mindanao. Ibigay natin best natin kasi wasakan na to ng Dreams. Grabe naman talaga. Sige, mamaya, i-note natin yung wasakan ng Dreams. Kasi ito nga yung munting pangarap nga po nila. And by the way, ulitin lang natin, sinabi ni Tupi kanina sa mga hindi nakakaalam, dati nga po mag-team ito si Vinsky at si Teddy Cutie. Kaya hindi na natin patatagalin pa sino nga ba mga manlalaro para sa Team Falcons Academy at UDG. Umpisa natin para sa Team Falcons Academy. We have May Contra Gold, Shadow or Jungler, Harbay under mid, Jobbik sa room at si Vinsky pa rin ang ating gold laner.
Team Falcons Academy, they started the MDL Philippines hot with a hot streak. Kaya nga sila nasa taas ng kanilang bracket but they struggled going into the play-in. Sa kanilang makakatunggali ay ang Uncle Drew Gamer Pack. Narito si Kramsa XP, Lake sa jungle, Starboy sa mid, roam nila si Damion at si Teddy Cutie sa gold.
Okay, ngayon mapapansin natin guys na ito na talaga yung pinaka-final form nila. When we say final form, baka ito rin yung pwede nila maging final series ngayon season 5. Dahil ulitin ko lang po, a lot is at stake here dahil nga ito yung pwede maging lifeline or end of the line for both of them or for each of them kasi nga isa lang ang makakatungtong for the next round. Pero ano nga ba yung pwede makatulong sa kanila para dito sa kanilang first match sa isa't isa? Ito ang ating keys to victory na makikita natin in a few. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina when we say standard. You have to be the standard.
Ayan na nga, word of the day na natin yan. Be the standard because of the standard of course that they set at yung mga iniidolo nila Kera Benny Cutie. Nakikita naman natin sa mga numbers ng dalawang gold lanes natin, Vinsky and also Teddy Cutie. Kasi sila talaga yung, kung matatandaan nyo yung performance ng mga to during the group stage and na seeding, sila talaga yung nagbubuhat sa kanilang kupunan.
Tsaka when we say be the standard, kumbaga kailangan i-channel mo. Kung ano yung iniidolo mo, you have to manifest it at kailangan mag-reflect yan. Kumbaga kailangan yung mindset mo pasok na pasok kung sino man yung iniidolo mo. And speaking of which, eto nga pala by the way, yung mga sagot ng ating mga players during our pre-season interview sa kung sino nga ba yung idol nila
onto our MLBB, sabi natin, ecosystem. Kasi may nakikita ko dito parang sa ibang bansa naglalaro.
Oo.
Pero ito nga nabanggit nga natin kanina, onto our rookie watch, na karamihan sa kanila iniidol na from MPL Philippines. Isa-isahin natin sila.
Okay, si Sanji dito ang iniidolo ni Harbay. Vinsky naman ay si Kelra. Si Meiko ay si Flat TZ. Shadow, Kyrie with the performance of Hayabusa. Yobik, alam na natin.
Oh,
Kiboy
Kiboy.
from Onyx ID ang kanyang iniidolo.
Yeah, and for the side naman ng UDG, Damian Yawi naman ang kanyang iniidolo. Next naman ay si King Kong, Kram, si Sanford of course, and si Teddy Cutie Otto Kelra na kanyang idol. At si Starboy, si Super Prince ang kanyang tinitig na talaga na idolo. And of course, our rookies guys is somewhat looking forward din na makasama, makalaban, makalaro ang kanilang mga MPL idols. Kaya kahit sa anumang bansa, tuloy pa rin naman yung kanilang sa pangarap, tuloy pa rin ang kanilang paghakbang, tuloy pa rin ang kanilang lakbay. At sa paglakbay nila, of course, ay kasama tayo dito sa MDL na unti-unti natin nakikita yung improvement, yung development nila. And baka one thing, di ba, makasama, makalaban, makatapat, nasa world stage ang ating mga MDL players.
And nakita naman natin yan sa mga nag-aang MDL players na nasa MPL na ngayon.
Oo.
Nasa MPL PH na ngayon or may mga nasa ibang bansa pa na naglalaro.
Exactly. Tsaka yun yung maganda kasi nabibigyan natin sila ng magandang opportunity and platform to showcase their talents. Pero ngayon, i-showcase nyo na rin yung supporta nyo. Sino nga ba sa tingin nyo ang mananalo para sa first match natin? Is it Team Falcons Academy or Uncle Drew Gamer Pack? Pwede nyo i-comment na using our hashtag Falcons are here kung ikaw ay supporter ng Academy. At kung ikaw naman ay supporter ng Uncle Drew Gamer Pack, hashtag Uncle Drew Gamer Pack at hashtag Uncle Drew Gaming. Anong pwedeng include sa inyong mga komento? Aasahan namin yun, ha?
Asahan namin. Lalo na kahapon mainit yung mga match poll.
May mga nag-analyze nga sa comment section.
Ayun yung maganda dahil magagaling tayo mga Pilipino.
Oo.
Di ba? Alam na natin pag sa draft nagpipredict na rin yung mga viewers natin.
Tsaka show your side kung kaninong side ka ba sumusuporta. Speaking of side, this is going to be our game 1 side selection. UDG, pipili ng red side to pay.
Kakaiba.
Okay.
Kakaiba yung atake ngayon. Kahapon puro blue side
Blue, ayun nga eh.
ang selection. Pero ngayon may red side tayo for the Uncle Drew. Nagkaroon ng patch, may mga heroes tayo na hindi available. Maapektuhan sa tingin ko ang Uncle Drew Gamer Pack doon sa hero availability na yan. Lalo na yung blue ni Cram.
Pero sa tingin ko, may iba ring pinglaan na to eh. Kasi naalala ko, minsan kasi ano po ako pag in-interview sila.
Okay.
Nakikinig din ako. Lagi, ang sinasabi ng mga players natin, maghanda kayo dahil may hinanda kami para sa play-ins.
Oo.
Meron pa po kami bagong ihahain. May bago po kami niluluto. Ano po ba yan? Bibingka po ba yan? Mga blanca, pang-merienda po ba yan?
Minuto.
Pero kidding aside though, yung niluluto nyo na somewhat pwede kasing unorthodox na hero, yung mga cheese picks natin to. Pero ano ba yung mga cheese picks natin na nangyari before tayo mag-break? Ano ba yung mga hero sa bago talaga nakita?
Well, dati may Odette tayo nakita.
Oo.
Marshall Mayhem. They also showed
May mga Minotaur ha?
Minotaur, may Guinevere.
Yeah.
Lalo na sa Onyx 9 Lives.
Yeah.
Both side, Uncle Drew Gamer Packs and Falcons Academy, hindi pa talaga sila di pa sila naglabas ng mga unorthodox picks.
Pero baka ngayon yun.
Baka ngayon yun. Ang nakilala lang natin ng UDG sa kanilang paggamit ng Baksha as jungler. Tanging
Oo.
sila lang ang ilang beses nag-try na gumamit ng Baksha jungler. Hindi naging successful ng group stage, but on the seeding, they made it work somehow. Ang tanong dyan is kung tatry ulit nila dito sa play-ins.
Tsaka tingnan natin onto the numbers kung nag-reflect ba. Kasi onto our team head-to-head, kung mapapansin po natin, may kataasan ng slide yung ibang numbers here, which is a turtle control na nakikita natin onto the side of Uncle Drew Gamer Pack. Tama ba? Oo.
Oo.
Kasi more on 57% po yan. Baka akala nyo ba 67? 57%. Meanwhile, sa kanyang katunggali naman ay 35.71%. Which means na somehow sa mga big objectives talaga pumupuro ang Uncle Drew Gamer Pack. And most of the time nakikita natin na may kaagahan kung natatapos yung mga laro natin.
Ang bibilis.
Sobrang rare natin makita yung mga late game to. Kaya kahapon,
Nakadalawa.
ilang minuto yun, di ba? Ang minimum niya 20 minutes,
20
lalo
minutes.
ng first match no.
Yung second is 30 minutes na tapos.
Exactly. Pero ngayon, para sa player head-to-head natin, kamusta man parang Vinsky at Eddie Cutie?
Well, pagdating sa dalawang gold laner na to, mas mataas when it comes to KDA. Itong si Vinsky, nakakuha na rin to ng weekly MVP. And then for the average gold per minute, dito tayo makakatalo dahil lamang itong si Eddie Cutie. Kaya nga lagi siya naasahan ng kanyang mga kakampi pag nag-online at nakahanap na siya ng item. And on their previous wins, mabilis nakakapag-itemize si Teddy Cutie at maaga siya naasahan.
Kaya nga kapag tinawag na, Teddy, may set, go na.
Set go na.
Yan. Kaya kailangan bantayan din talaga siya ng maigi. To be the standard, you have to beat the standard.
You have to beat the
Yeah.
standard.
And ngayon, familiar yata tong first switch na to, Tupe.
Okay.
Kakabalik ko pa lang. Kakabakasyon ko pa lang. Pero ito, sumabay sa pagbabalik ko rin.
Oo nga naman. na-miss lahat ng ng lahat ng chip. Akala nila wala sa meta yung chip. Nakaban lang po yan sa previous rounds natin, pero ngayon is available. Kahapon 2 beses na gamit ng chip. Minerva, maganda naman yung utilization ng chip nila, pero well countered kasi ng Aurora and Kacha. For Smart Omega Neos, walang naging counter dun sa chip kasi yung Cho, yung pinang-fronta nila by using it through Dan. And now, Coach El Primo and Falcons Academy will try it. Hindi nag-react agad ng UDG, selecting the meta heroes, steady QT with Harith. That's also nice. The Harith of Vinsky na pang MVP yung kalibre, and also makuha yung suyo kay para kay Lace.
Tsaka somehow ito ay, sabihin nga natin, most use hero. So you wouldn't want na ibigay nga. Yung comfort na crucial yung bawat laban. Imagine mo kung yung game 1, laking bagay sa momentum mo. Isang puntos na lang aantayin mo, makakatuntong ka na sa next round.
At isa pa yung momentum mo ng game number 1. Ang ganda nga dalhin sa game number 2.
Kahit naman kayo nag-RG. Pag nag-RG ka, di ba, pag maganda simula mo, di ka nalilipat ng pwesto eh.
Hindi ka na, nakangiti ka. Diba, nakangiti ka nga po, player.
Pero minsan, pag unahan ng ulat, siyempre kailangan mapapaupo ka na yan.
Medyo may dabog na konti yan.
Pero ito, may mga dabog, pwedeng gayahin.
Grabe.
For me, ang aga ng Valentina, but it's okay. Kasi nakita natin ngayon na marami po pwede pa rin capitalize sa gayahin. Knowing na may Valentina, yung Falcons agad ng early, may medyo matotorn si Coach Christine.
Tama. And may halong din na yung bawat teams ng dalawang teams na to. Kasi kinuha nila yung Lucas, sila pa yung Valentina. Alam naman natin, counter.
Yung counter eh.
Diba, yun yung counter. So,
saka powerful nung trio nila agad, trio pick.
Sobra.
Kasi chip na to. So, paano kapag paglabas sa chip pick yung merong Shadow Beast, tapos meron ding Arcane Strike dito or Arcane Shadow here for the Valentina. So, may verify na nga, nandun yung damage, plus, ang dami yung pwedeng panggalingan ng entry points sa panggang na dito, sa UDG.
Yeah, isa pa pwede nilang gayahin yung ano man yung ika-counter ng UDG. Tulad yan, yung Gatot Kacha, given na yan na counter ng chip for the AOG. But they also have their own AOG. Yan yung magiging dilemma ng bawat team fight natin. And I'm expecting this match na mas maraming clash.
All in to.
Diba? All in. Kasi tira mo, pinaghahandaan talaga nila yung team fight.
Exactly. Kasi pag may chip ka, team fight kung team fight to. Kahit hindi team fight,
mapipilitan ka na 5 yung kalaban mo.
Yeah.
Diba?
And that's the idea here for Team Falcons Academy. Dahil nga sa numbers natin, sa stats, sinabi natin na parang nagka-capitalize ang UDG sa early objectives, lalo na turtle, di ba? Tatlong turtle lang naman lalabas sa mapa, minsan naisip pa nga nung iba yung pangatlo.
Ang maganda kasi sa Uncle True Gamer Pack, they have that blueprint whenever there's an objective like turtle. Nandun na kagad si Cram and si Damien. Madalas sa mga heroes ni Cram kasi yung mga tanke na XP talaga. Bukod sa meta talaga yun, is dati pa is ganun na yung playstyle ni Cram.
Kaya pumabor sa kanya yung meta. Hindi nga lang niya magagamit yung isa sa mga secret pick niya, which is yung blue. Pero malalim pa rin naman ang kanyang pwedeng labas. Ano pa mga open pa dito kung sakali?
Grabe
Ay, lang.
Ban Shadow ang ginawa ng Uncle Drew.
Sana tinutukan nyo na lang ng ilaw. Para wala yung shadow.
Grabe. Ano yung respeto ninyo?
So we have to acknowledge na tinitingnan talaga ng Uncle to Gamer Pack na pwedeng magpahirap sa buhay nila. Si Shadow.
Sobra. Yung mga hero ni Shadow, yung mga malilikot eh.
Kaya hindi flex to Hindi flex heroes yan. Talagang dedicated jungler heroes po yung tinanggal. Sir, they're just hitting one bird with one stone.
Natin nyo na pinahirapan si Direk. Sinabi nyo na agad, baban po namin si Shadow.
Para si Shadow.
Picture na lang ni Shadow nandun.
Pwede rin. Hindi ba na one bird with one stone. One hero or one player.
Grand finals. As you can tell based on how we're dressed today, we're SRG.
It's clear that even the most aggressive team in the world
AB Bread against Selangor Red Giants.
Both these teams, they've had their journeys through hell and back to reach the grand finals. And here it is, a best of 7 to end it once and for all.
I don't know, but it's looking like you're playing against gods, man. When you're thinking of FCAP, you're thinking about soaring high as we jump on into the land of God to commence game number 1. Oh boy, Falcons AP Bren on the blue side, Selangor Red Giants on the red.
Straight off into the game we go here. For Selangor Red Giants, they conquered the Sky Kings in the group stages. Now sitting on their throne, they challenge the gods of the game.
And honestly, if they are going to challenge the gods of the game, this is a particularly interesting way of doing so, right? Again, how we're going to expect to see Selangor Red Giants to attack Falcons AP Bren is winning out on these lanes and maybe setting up some dive opportunities. So Falcons AP Bren, they're great at responding.
We were talking about earlier, right, in the drafts, about Selangor Red Giants towards the ending of the drafts. They really didn't have any prio. That's why I think, even though it's greedy, the CC pick is great because it does give him the prio in lane up against Flapteezy, and it's something you want to try to utilize. That's the reason Liquid Echo were able to beat them in the grand finals, having a winning lane. But Flapteezy wants to change that. Has a shadow kill. The Purified gets put out there. Graham gets a solo kill up top. Assassinated. Skies with for a play. Time to the lanes with the retribution. Down he comes down. Over to Flapteezy. Go over the lanes. But Kyle takes him out with the shurikens.
It's too fast, too quick. Falcons AP Bren with the help of Owen to speed up Flapteezy's farm. It's that level 4 and awkward timing, and honestly the most critical timing for the EXP laners. With that being said, Flapteezy is going to get a free recall off of this since Sky slowed down on his farm. Not exactly the most ideal, especially costing 2 kills. That's a lot of gold for Kyle so early on.
Definitely not, man. The fact that Flapteezy on Hayabusa has 2 kills, a level lead already. Right before the turtle even spawns, you'd expect SRG with the CC in lane to have more prio for the turtle, but now that he's been taken down, now that Few can walk up and pop in and then has chain to knock him up, and even throw him away, the missiles too crowd, brought back, no Purify. Falcons AP Bren, they'll be happy just with that trade.
This is really good stuff from the side of Falcons AP Bren, right? Stormy is here to kind of help recover Cram's lane, but at the same time, he's leveled down, and Flapteezy as well as Few making sure that he's not going to be able to participate for the upcoming fight, even setting up the proxy.
This is what's great about Falcons AP Bren, right? The fact that even when they have prio, they don't rush into neutral objectives. They still take their time, go for the buffs, get Flapteezy in a more comfortable spot, and now they have the level 4 advantage. Guys going in, not able to get in there in time. Just to this one, gonna predict to go. Summoned up, pinned down on the wall for Kyle to take him out. 3-0 start for the Hayabusa.
Great hit with the Daytona's welcome. They didn't give him a single frame so that he could use the Tempest Blades. Chain CC perfectly. This is why they are the final boss. It feels unfair. They always play pixel perfect.
Feels very unfair, it seems. But, I mean, we saw in an interview. What Flapteezy said literally boils down to, I'm better. We're better on the macro, we're better on the micro, is what he said in the interview.
Every single time that we see these teams play, we're just hoping that something is going to change, right? And I think that SRG, now that they've kind of lost tempo and losing out, and the most important thing, which is their lanes, can they bounce back? But first, the game fact.
This is the bulletproof man himself. Super Marco tops MSC 2024 with the lowest average deaths per game at 0.77, then followed by Mew.
I think, to be fair, Few got done a little dirty with his stats only because he's put on a Julian of all things. But hey, still, Bulletproof Marco still living up to his moniker. At this point in time, let's have a look at the items to see who has got what. And it looks like, oh, interesting. Flapteezy might be rushing for the Sky Piercer now that he's got quite the substantial lead for himself before finishing off the Hunter Strike.
Taking their time, it seems, for most of them, especially in the bottom lane. Innocent, he knows that this is not a winning matchup. He wants to just scale up. Doesn't really want to go for a lot of the skirmishes, so he goes for the Warrior Boots here up top. Cram Box gonna Purify, has the hard guard to get him now. This guy's trying to go for the chase. Flapteezy goes to the quad chat on the back line as Few is able to disengage. Flapteezy rotates over, providing cover. Flicker forward by Flap. Really trying to get Skies there, punish him. But now that's a big flicker, big ults him down. 12 seconds for the next neutral objective.
Still, the hard guard's not going to be back up when this turtle fight does commence, right? And at the end of the day, it still feels like FCAP is trading up. They're still taking away camps from Guys, at this point of time, the real question is when exactly do they actually want to commence a full-blown team fight?
That's a welcome. Missiles does connect onto Cram, who's going to be dealing a lot of damage now with the curtains call onto Falcons AP Bren. 2-level lead on Flapteezy. Skies hovering over Cram again. Deals some damage. Minutes Fury by Owen. Knock 2 members off straight into the enhanced site. Flapteezy secures the retribution. Now Kyle just jumps back and forth. 2-0 in kills 2.
This early game is completely disastrous. Falcons AP Bren, they're going to be able to control this for the next 8 minutes or so. I think that's like a red giant. Oh, I mean, they're trying, but at the end of the day, right? They've been slowed down significantly. Look at this.
1v4 in the bottom lane with a hard guard. Now Innocent trying to run away, gets chopped down, and he got taken out inside of the belly.
It's too tough. It's too tough. Look at the priority, right? Falcons AP Brent pushing up the tempo, and nobody can really win 1v1 anymore, right? Slimer Red Giants now getting punished for their greedy lineup. This is going to cost them and potentially cost them game number 1. But let's have a look at the hero matchups here, because right now, the actual win rate compared to the theoretical win rate, 100% for Skies.
Retribution earlier, Caltese was able to steal away. Now jumped into the quad shadow. Gets pinned down, but is able still to escape. These little mistakes, but the instant recovery from Falcons AP Bren.
I mean, like Leo likes to mention, right? It's a game of inches, and Falcons AP Brent right
Millimeters
now,
at this point.
they're playing with feet, right? They're extending their lead even further. And at this point of time, when we look at the items, I think, you know, at least for FlapTZ, he's playing it safe, right? Go for the Dom Ice. You're already up against the CC. He's not going to greed out and go for the War Axe straight away. But the real concern is that Kyle is already 4-0-1. And not to mention, even if you just poking people out with enhanced size, good enough.
But a little shadow kill, this guy Piercer execute takes him out. Even with the hard guard, Stormy couldn't save him. And this is what's special, I would say, about Flap. He knows exactly wait. Up top, bulletproof Marco. Trying to go into 1v1 against the assassin, and Skies is forced back. FlapTZ! Flickers forward, nom into the wall, straight up to Super Marco Oakman. Knocks him up. And he takes the kill with the small hammer he has.
Oh man, the Falcons AP Red making this look easy. What a lead that they've generated for themselves. Sligo Red Giants, they have to forfeit every single time Falcons AP Brand takes space. You gotta give it away. There's no point fighting this early on, especially when you're 8-0 in total kill score. But not only that, look at that level lead.
That's few. That's the mid lane, who's on an assassin. He can't even, clear these waves usually. But here in this matchup, he's been able to find so much prio. That's why you see that damage. Golden Staff, at least for Innocent. We're seeing him get 2 words out of Power Spike. Cram, gonna dash away, gives the flicker forward, onward, and the Earth Shatter. But it is Fury catches 4 on the board, knock up 2. Kyle shut down by Cram. Now on the chase, it's FlapTZ running away for his life. But Super Marco on the Lycan form, he was brought back to the team. Another Earth Shatter to knock them up for Rita's heads. To continue, the spear hits.
You know, what am I doing here, right? What am I even doing here? A forfeit, give up space. Yeah, I take it all back. Just play pixel perfect. Kill Kyle TZ while he still has his ult. Don't give him a frame to react.
And they're on the board. The momentum slowly shifting, but if we take a look at the goal lead, Gideon, it's still massively in favor of Falcons AP Brent, still flying across the skies, looking down at the Red Giants.
I think at this point, when we're looking at SRG, their main winning factors is can they drag this out long enough so that people like Innocent, people like Sunlight can actually catch up to get that critical mass. But unfortunately, it's going to be a little slow, so we're paying attention to Yums and his battle spells. Whenever he has it out, he is looking for an opportunity to lock down Kaltizi like he did previously.
It's all about Yums still. It almost seems like in games before the grand finals, every time he's on the Eden, every time he has a flicker, he'll use it. Just like that now, the kite back. Up against FlapTZ, who decided not to commit the dead turn is welcome, and we get to take a look at the items here again for the in-game equipment. FlapTZ, like you said, taking the utility route of this game. Down his eyes straight into the Sky Guardian helmet. He knows exactly what this pick is meant to do. It's meant to frontline for Super Marco, for Kyle. And we're seeing that with the Quad Shadow and the Shadow Kill into the back line right now, doing a lot of damage. Cram! These are photo proc. Kyle's able to escape with the Quad Shadow, dodging away from the Earth Shatter that was well placed by Yums.
This gives a lot of information, right? Kyle TZ, he's already so far ahead. As long as he doesn't die, that's totally okay, right? Yes, he did lose a couple of Sky Piercer stats, but it doesn't mean that he isn't like level 13, 9 minutes into the game compared to Sky's full 3 levels ahead of the man. It's tough to argue. But at this point in time, we're just hoping and waiting to see whether the heart card is going to get dropped.
Again, these Quad Shadows by Pal. Using it just to poke, slowly but surely. They bit out the curtain call though, Cram. No ultimate. Wait, Kaltezi. Oh, the Lord. Seems like they're trying to just sneak this one in. So the Giants still focus on their own purple buff. And even then, it's forced up by FlapTZ. Retribution still there for the Minus Fury into the Death. Welcome, canceling out the Minus Fury there. As they knock up to Kate Yums down. Now into the back line, attempts to play. Falcons
exactly they were fighting for. They already had the objective that they wanted to. They wanted to extend their lead. They may have shown a bit of disrespect, but Slimer Red Giants made it messy, kind of split them apart. Keep in mind, Falcons AB Red, they don't mind diving, but they still have to maintain that front to back. And if the damage lands on the correct targets, like Innocent, like Cram, who as of right now is catching up real fast with the brute force breastplate. Now, after the early game, he's 1-3-6, but the same goal, if not more, than Flapteezy.
Got some scary stuff right now. The scaling of SRG, the CC, the Ling, the Moskov. It's a very greedy lineup for SRG, but if they're able to somehow find those gold resources and place them onto these three members, it'll be very scary in the late game. Even the CC, he'll be able to actually withstand the 1v1 against Kaltizi. I think maybe he might go for the winner Crown Fu. And then later on in the side lanes, maybe Kyle will have to send over another member, maybe with you together to really deal with it.
I think they got to start changing their habits up here from Side Falcons AP Red. It looks like SRD has a bit of a read on them. And at the end of the day, it's all about landing the damage on the correct target. I think better yet. Oh, hold on. Does he want to go for the info? Yes, he does. He's on 5.
Last of the Oasis is still there, though. And we'll be able to escape with the watch out. Scouts goes in. Chasing the back line. That was a blaze, knocking him up right into the spear response. Skies finds the assassination of the back base. Super Marco with the gun down. Finding the chip down back, and it will be a trade. Both jugglers down. But Emerson wants to continue to pin down Yums. Finds the Earth Shatter. Storming the back line. Going to be taken down by Flap as he stops it on the ground. But take a look at Yums and Innocent, who is still free hitting. It's caught by the enhanced sight. There's a flash of the Oasis from Oakwood's motivation roar. But Cram is still able to escape. You and Oakwood. Now with Marco on the chase. Flicker. Oh, with the locked-in pounce. Will not give anything for Cram to deal with him. Innocent.
Wait, no.
In 1v3 now with nature as well. Comes forward to Marco. Finds it with nature. Tracks him down and finds the double.
He tries to outplay it. That's going to be a full wipeout here. Double kill for Super Marco. What an interesting approach. Slinger Red Giants make a play of their own to take out Kyle, reset his Sky Piercer stacks, but unfortunately, Few is quite a problem. These extended fights are working out much better for Falcons AP Red thanks to the Julian. He doesn't have to wait for a long ultimate. He just needs 8 seconds.
And now Minotaur. Oakwood has the winner crown, Gideon. That's the combo we were waiting for with the Minotaur, especially when they're snowballed. Comes Earth Shatter out too, but the Minions Fury knocks them up. Cram gets thrown away. The Spirit of Destruction into the back line. Yums trying to survive now. Even with the Shadow Kill. Skies no purple above. Still desperately going for it. Comes the blaze down the Supermark kill. Skies finds the shutdown. Now with the Kyle. It's Skies who continues the fight. And now on to the Lord he goes. Cram in 1v3. Trying to deal some damage. Stormy tries to heal him from across the wall. Skies finds it. Now the pinch poise over to Few. He continues the damage with the winner crown. Saves it for a bit. Few trying to chase him down. Skies still surviving. Cram with that cleanup. And Few will be taken down.
Are you not entertained? Game number 1 from an abysmal early game. Somehow SRG are the ones who bounce back. Sakai makes a play of a lifetime. And Chiling, you can't count them out.
You can never count them out. Sky is in the mid lane now, trying to take the tier 2, and he will be able to do so. He started this game 0-3. He didn't have a purple buff in that team fight.
He did it, but he does now have 4 items. He's scaled up finally. And honestly, he has more farm than Kyle after having a 4-0 start. And they're cracking open the inhibitors. And I think that SRG, they got to call it quits at some point.
Kyle with the damage, jumps onward forward, Earth Shatter, flicker, combos, guys. Trying to capitalize on this, has time to blaze, dodges away from the Spirit, catches Super Marco, but now with the chain CC, so able to survive for a bit, now down by Flapteezy, shut down by Flap. Stormy caught in the immobilization as Kyle finishes him off. And finally, Falcons AP Bren, they find the chance to slow it all down again.
I think it doesn't matter, right? With more people dying at this point in time, we look at the waves and we can understand. Unless he wouldn't.
What? Innocent? He tried to Spirit of Destruction. Doesn't get that Few. Deletes him from the land of dawn. Now with the wipe up for Falcons AP Bren.
Why overheat? Why overheat? They could have just reset off of this. The waves were in a position where they couldn't get punished, and now they're definitely going to be losing something off this. Guys coming back up in 1 and Stormy in 1 as well. They could try 1v3 once more.
No purple buff though. Again, same problem for him. Does seem like for Yums, he will be able to just pressure them away from that mid turret, but the base turret will be taken down already. This guy's barely dodging away. Doesn't want to commit the temper of the blade just yet. Buys the rose gold meteor in time, and Falcons AP Bren will be happy just with the 2 base turrets.
I'm telling you, Miracle, this game is starting to look like a war of attrition now. It's like I trade 1 inhibitor, Falcons AP Brand, we're going to take 2, which begs the question, what is SRG's response? No purple buff once again from both of these assassins, and Kyle in particular, with that purple buff, is going to be able to do a lot more in these tight situations. 30 more seconds. As we look at the items, we're seeing that the biggest problem at this point of time is the fact that, hey, if we want to get into these fights, Ogun, you gotta have your flicker back up. And Young's, his is coming up in 16 seconds, but with the Holy Crystal on top of everything else from Hugh, that really begs the question, can Innocent truly outplay everybody without the help of the Heart Guard?
A game of millimeters, a game of inches. SRG and Falcons AP Brand. So far for both of these teams, they're still able to keep the far lane base turret intact. So they'll still have an advantage to play with, technically. I think Falcons AP Brand with the mid lane constantly pushing in. Now this is a point where it comes onward in the Earth Shatter over the Flap Teasy. Just with a little bit of poke from Innocent. No teams wanting to go for it, but my question is, Gideon, is this good for SRG? Do they want the mid lane to actually be pushing towards them so that Innocent, so that Cram, so that even Skies can keep farming up, getting those resources?
I don't know. I think that SRG, they want to fight for this, right? I think they know that once the Lord starts crashing in towards the Crystal, it's going to be really difficult to high ground defense. Keep in mind, Stormy is playing Angela. Now, Angela is not known to have the greatest wave clear. Oh,
Or Shadow Flicker combo ulted on with Flap. Finds the backline with the Daytona's welcome now straight into Kyle Teasy. With the Shadow Kill, use up in the backline, able to back away. Skies chasing the wall of Pinch Boys, running him down with the Temple of Blades as well. Kyle able to dodge away from the knockup, but will not be able to dash away from the rest of the plays. Meanwhile, it's a knockup on a 2 straight into Cram, who's going ham with a yo-yo. And Sky somehow finds a way to escape, but the base was wide open.
a clean backdoor coming in from Falcons AP Brand SRG. They show that they can go toe-to-toe with some of their best, but when it comes down to the macro, when it comes down to that lead, Falcons AP Brand just show, hey, you gotta get it on our level. You gotta have some polish, kids.
Composure, the calmness to pull that off. In a skirmish that looked like it was pure 50-50, in a skirmish where it looked like SRG were gonna win, they said, nah, I segue.
It's tough. I think it's really, really tough considering all the action-packed fights that we're having here with so much focus on the micro from the side of SRG. It's really difficult to see the entirety of the map, but I think our analysts can do a better job at breaking down this game. Analysts, please take it away.
Can we just say the first game here already set expectations for this grand finals? Because I don't know about you, gentlemen, but when you're asking me what game number 1 was going to look like, I don't think it would look like that.
Yeah, no, it was high risk, high reward for SRG. And again, if you want to achieve something great, such as defeating the world champions, you gotta think outside the box. You gotta think outside where the box was even made.
Because here's the thing, like, I was almost thinking that Falcons and Brand might have a flawless game, right? No devs and everything, but then Slaughter Giants fought back, and at the end of the day, it's not who has the better team fight.
Yeah.
You just ended the game.
And most importantly, you can see SRG with his set play where it is going to be either Cram or this Edith coming up from Yums to start the fights, and then they will force Kaltisi to maybe pop the Quad Shadow, or it kind of feels like there's someone who forces the ultimate coming up from Kyle, and then in comes the Angeling, which, man, it's still pretty strong. I believe that even when Falcons AP Brand won this game, they probably will not let go of both the Angeling.
Let me just say as well, Slaughter Giants, as good as they look going up against Falcons and Brand, what were those mistakes? Especially towards the end of the game when they're pushing. If they were, maybe a little bit relaxed, it could have been a little bit better.
I'll tell you, Lafel, you mentioned it already. The beginning and the end are where they made their most mortal sins. Number 1, they drafted very greedy.
Yes.
They have very little wave clear, very little vision that they can actively throw out to protect this very late game-centric lineup. And then second is towards the end. Again, Coach Vecchi knows that PH teams are so good at macro. They've got so consumed by the team fight that they forgot. Few tried to do this just a couple of days ago.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Stormy did go back, but that's an Angela,
Yeah,
Maybe it was a Lilia or something, maybe.
Exactly. There's clearly the only, if you think about it, the only legitimate wave clear that SRG has is when Edith pops the ultimate.
Oh.
That's probably will, but obviously that's not gonna happen. CC clears the lane slowly.
Oh yeah.
Moskov takes his time, but again in the late game, maybe if you angle it properly, you're gonna clear it better, you know.
And even with Edith, you're also besides the skills, your basic attacks are still hit one at a time.
Exactly. So, yeah, we did say that there was a glaring problem. Man, imagine if it just had exporting.
But here's the thing. It almost worked out. They were already in the base, but they forced it.
Man,
If they didn't force it, could have looked
I
different.
hate to tell you this, but in the grand finals, almost will never caught it.
Yeah. Now I guess maybe 3 Marvel Synth, right? Beginning, the end, and that last one, the force push to the bottom.
Yeah. But still, you know, I gotta say, that was when Gideon asked, "Are you not entertained?" Man, I was.
It was definitely interesting.
It was definitely.
It's so entertaining that even we watching, like off camera, like we will tell you guys, we went through our own cycle of emotions.
Yes. There was a video
I don't know how
footage
to
of it.
feel. Yeah.
There was a video footage of it.
It's rolling now.
Yeah, but again, honestly, like, I like the risky draft because, again, like, we had this talk, Leo, if you don't take the risk, how are you going to defeat the world champions? It's just, I kind of feel like when it comes to the gameplay, ending the game, like, I feel like 2 or 3 times SRG got wiped out where they really shouldn't have.
And once FCAP got wiped out, which I think was what sunk my stomach. What really, that roller coaster of emotions went through, like, oh no, they can win, they can do this.
Yeah.
And Wolf and I would have to eat our words because even ending and concluding the draft, I was like, yo, that's super greedy.
Yep.
And maybe through the sheer team fight and skills, they could have gotten away with it, but
Yeah. Nevertheless, if there was a team that I would allow to be greedy, I think now SRG has proven their worth for that regard because I think that they have a clear idea of what they want to start. If you look at the game and just dissect it, you're going to see a pattern coming up from SRG, which kind of tells me this is a set play that they have rehearsed so much and they know from 0 to 100 and they execute it properly actually.
Honestly, I want to know a little bit more about that. Can you show us with Bob,
Yeah.
with the Telestrator, what you mean?
Yep. Okay. So thank you for allowing me to do this. Actually, let's just rewind. This is a team fight that eventually Ben won, but it was a testament to how good the Angeline was and the fact that it was SRG and Bob doesn't want to rewind. Well, now he's rewinding. Okay. So
thanks, Bob.
Okay. So
Thanks, Bob.
this is us rewinding this. Okay. So first off, you can see that it is Scout TZ in this spot. Well, you cannot see him because he is under
He's in
Shadow
OP
Kill.
Shadow.
so
Yeah.
yep, but that means that he activated his ultimate. So that is a launch pad. So guys identifies, okay, you don't have an ultimate, you did. And there is a lot of stuff that's happening onto the back lanes. FCAP actually chose to chase and they were able to do it. Now, in this time, we don't even need to highlight anything. This is more about like min-maxing from both teams. In fact, all players are God mode in this case. Look at how they go in and out. Innocent was amazing. Few was really, you know, toying with death. Super Marco was going in and out, making sure that he has the like and bounce. Ogwen as well, utilizing his teammates.
Ooh.
And now they will not turn the juggle. They will juggle Innocent.
It was a rope dope. It was an alley-oop. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a
Beautiful.
a sliver of a second, a nanosecond, where
Exactly.
Cram went. I think he wanted to throw some spell damp out and then maybe survive and then give the kill over to Innocent.
That's right.
But there were, if I'm not mistaken, 3 members of Falcons AB Brand there, and I think they thought one went back. So I again, take risks where you can because if you want to be the world champions, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
I gotta say, this kind of games is where Super Marco gets the name Bulletproof. But with that being said, we gotta look at our Sony MVP, and it's gonna be few on this Julian. And I gotta say, he did a lot. Like, damage, escaping death,
Yeah.
Ended the game
Setting up.
single-handedly.
ending the game. Dude,
Yeah.
he did it all.
Yeah, I believe that Few is so much of an expert as Julian in a way that the entire team kind of became very comfortable on how he plays the Julian. And I'm saying that because the chain stuns coming out from Falcon's AV Brand were perfect. They're utilizing either Ogwen first or it will be Few first and then they will get the damage output done and then they go in and out. I believe that Few should not be given the Julian. In fact, I would say Falcon's AV Brand are way too comfortable to give the Julian because 2 people can pick it up.
Would you say that it's a detriment to allow it to open? Like, it's your loss if you leave it open.
I would say yes.
Plan it out then.
Yeah, I would say yes. And
Let's start.
same can be said though about the Angeling. Maybe take out one of the two components.
Just at least one.
Just at least one. I think yeah, between Angela and Ling, I think, especially because you're playing up against SRG, just let the Ling, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Because again, Ingan said himself, even without the Angela, he's activated, right? So with the Ling, it just makes the problem bigger. But we gotta talk about our MVP here: 8 KDA, 751 GPM, and remember, the only guy that has a lower death count than him is just Super Marco.
Isn't that poetic that a hero such as Julian is now one of the specialty heroes of few who is in the early game super strong? He played even before season 1. Now in the twilight of his, I don't even know. Like he might even play for like 5 or 6 more years.
Yeah.
Sort of mad burst hero with Julian, like, and he ends the game himself. Isn't that like?
No, I mean, like, the crowd control itself, I feel like it's one of those things that actually drops guys where the basic attack just pull them in, pull them in, pull them in. It's like, well, I guess my dashes mean nothing here.
That too. See, so at any given point, few matters, both literally and figuratively in the world of MLBB sports.
That's why he's my goat.
Yeah.
I'm not a kid, but he's my idol.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's the idol of everyone. But with that being said, starting on July 24th is the female Pro Players Time to Shine. Catch the MLBB Women's Invitational 2024, where 12 teams from 11 regions break barriers and redefine esports. Honestly, like, this game with that kind of showing makes me feel like it shouldn't be a sweep, right?
Absolutely.
That could have been the one. That could have been one for SRG, honestly speaking. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, definitely not. Unless, of course, we're gonna see another Angeli, on the other side, But yeah, I don't think it will be a sweep.
With that game, we gotta look at Falcons AP Brand's achievements. Let's look at the journey that they had here.
Wow.
Ever since rebuilding in 2022, they again have been a trust the process kind of team.
Yep.
And this is not the output you want. Is this not the best case scenario for output after such a long, drawn-out process?
This is gonna be a template for esports in general, particularly mobile esports, right? Because now you're gonna look at a team that is not composed of like that started out as a super team, where it started out like an all-star team. They made all-stars out of their players. That's amazing for FGAP.
Looking at the stats here, honestly, only average damage per minute and unique heroes is won by SRG. Everything else is by Falcons AP Brand, especially looking at that KDA. It's like, what, double?
Yeah. Can we both agree? Can we all agree that this is, that stats probably will never be able to describe the two teams?
Yeah, there's some things you can deduce.
Yeah.
Some things that are results of the way they perform. But in the end, numbers are just numbers.
Yeah.
You tell me that game was close and you show me the timer, you show me the results post-game, I would not have seen the full picture.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't even use the calculator anymore.
What is a calculator?
Actually,
Is there one in my phone?
I just asked Hanford.
Ah, yeah.
The human calculator.
Yeah, I just asked him for help. Now we gotta look at
There
it.
it is.
Here we go.
We're nailing it right in the head.
Very first ban. SRG is gonna be blue side. Falcons AP Brand red side. Banning out a chip as well.
So how bad is this? Would you say that the Julian is worse than the Louis? Because what if it comes down to it?
What if it comes down to between like picking up Julian? I would rather pick up the Julian just because it can be flex. At the same time, you're in the grand finals.
Yeah.
You want to play in your comfort hero as a team. I'm not talking about just a comfort hero as players, individuals, but as a team.
So I think that's what's looking like it's going to happen. Because Harrod's still open.
Yep.
Louis is still open. Ling is still open. There's so many big-ticket heroes.
This is the part where you definitely want to think, if you're SRG, do you really want to give up Ling or the Valentina, in fact? Because if you want to go back to your Angela, you're scared of that Valentina. And do they actually first pick the Valentina in the presence of what? Harith, Ling, Loyi? Probably not, right? So, well, they do went out the Harith this time. They will be opening up the Valentina.
The question is, will the Ling get banned here?
It's not. Oh, okay.
Right.
So, Louis or Ling?
For SRG.
I'm feeling a Ling.
I think Valentina first pick is the best choice. But if I were to guess, they will pick up Ling. The second choice, definitely the Valentina.
Yeah. So, I don't know. SRG feels like a Ling because again, it's not like Sakai's did a bad job on the Ling. I mean, maybe he made some bad calls, but it's about maturity, right? Game 1, forget about it. Focus on game 2.
I wonder.
Yeah, no, Angeling's not making it. Because if you pick the Ling here, does that make FCAP more reactive? Does that mean they're forced to pick up the Angela now? Or else pay the consequences?
No, they can pick up Valentina and Moskov.
And then not care.
Or Moskov Terizla, actually.
And still have all the answers.
Huh. Interesting. I think, among all of those, I think maybe Valentina plus Terizla, right?
There's the Valentina.
Yeah. But yeah, I think my top one is Valentina Moskov. Because now...
Terizla makes sense. Yeah. That goes true.
You got it right, but you something else.
Yeah, I mean, like, it still is, I'm still right, you know.
We still want to see Angela Moskov because it's not like they had a bad game.
Exactly. No, they played very well. If anything, they just adjust the second half.
Yeah. You know why I want them... Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. I think, you still pick up Angela, but then why I like the Valentina is because it can copy the Angela. Angela actually hates playing against this Valentina.
They both just hide.
Yeah. Unless you want to go like Angela Ruby if you're SRG. Well, Moskov Ruby.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
They're letting go of the whole Angela situation, which I think is good because Humes is super comfortable on the Ruby. Almost single-handedly changes the tide of battle.
And I feel like Stormy, this is one of the situations where he's looking at everyone's eyes and he's like, let me carry the game. Let me do damage.
So FCAP should pick up their gold laner now. Maybe somewhere along the lines of a Claude, so that they have a way to match up with this Moskov, because I'm sure that there will be a lot of Super Marco bans upcoming. With the Moskov being picked up, Harith not being available, as well as Roger, you want to pick up your gold laner now with your FCAP.
The real question is it really going to be Roger? You know what? At this point, I want the casters to come in. You guys are seeing the first 3 picks for Slangray Giants as well as Falcons AB brand. How are you guys feeling about this one?
I think Haya.
All right. They're thinking Haya.
Yeah.
They have a brainstorming on their outside.
They're very invested.
Yeah, they're very.
I mean, given how dynamic and layered the first game was in draft, despite it being relatively greedy for SRG, I think there was a lot to go in there.
Again, going back to the casters, like, let's start with Falcons AB brand. What do you guys think of their opener?
Personally, I think their opener is looking really, really good. The Valentina, I mean, Miri and Merkel have been discussing constantly about the back and forth between these two teams, and I think so far, FCAP looking real nice.
Yeah, I think for Falcons AB brand, picking up the Terizla early was just amazing for them. Now they can nail down on the XPs for Cram, force the Ruby, hopefully, maybe for them, onto Cram. And then for SRG, I feel like they're really just going to try to nail down Kyle TZ, deny all the assassin picks, force him on utility.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your thoughts on Falcons AP Brand's opener. Now, in terms of the ban, what are we looking at like here?
I think I'd like to hold it on choking out Cram.
Falcons AP brand, they're great at responding.
For the swing, and you pick up
Arlet, okay. Yeah. Obviously, why would you pass up on a very good combo when Link is not available?
Is this flap whispering in Trev's ears like, let me have it?
Now we got a player quote coming in from the assistant coach, Zoravecki from Slangray Giants. That kid's really smart. Falcons AB brand have strong priority picks and good understanding of the meta. Here's the reason Falcons AP brand is able to stay consistent.
Yeah. Okay, they still want to pick up the Louis because I don't like it going up against Arlet overall, and then the Cloud also is a problem for the Louis.
By picking up the Louis into the Arlet, you essentially feed yourself to a 5-man final slash.
Oh, I love it.
You don't want that.
I
love it.
It's risky. Okay, here's the thing. Both you like it. For me, I feel it's risky.
It's the Fanny. We're talking about the Fanny, folks.
Let's ask the casters. This Fanny pick. Casters, give us your insight.
Here, let me just explain to you. Our reaction to it, well, at least Miracle's reaction was, oh, that's good. And I'm just like, I don't know. I agree with you, Phil. It is quite risky.
Why is it that us where
That's trauma. That's just PTSD.
it's
from relations, honestly.
But we've gone through a lot.
All the more, I think I'm gonna side I'm gonna err on the side of caution because they picked up on a Kyle easy, you know.
I see what you did there.
Because again, you bring out the big guns when the Fanny comes through for the first time in the series. This is Kyle Teasy's first time on a utility this series. So that means they're ready for this. It came out, what, 5 seconds after the pick?
Yeah, definitely the answer. Also, massive combo with the Arlot. But, you know what? I think this is the time where it will be damage dealing hero for Flap. So it will be like dependent on like the damage. Like maybe
like a pack.
Exactly. Which is great versus this Moscow. I think the best hero overall though is Yuzhong with the Petrify. You can actually
hunt for Innocent.
Hunt for Innocent. You can also hunt for the Fanny. So if you're SRG, if you're paying attention, ban the Yuzhong. That's gonna be a problem
What
for
about
you.
Paramis?
A Flaremis.
Right, denying the
still a millionaire for FCAP.
Yep, there we go. Paramis ban. I play MLBB.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Assassins generally don't like playing up against the Faramis, so
I understand.
very good then. You ban Tigreal perhaps if you want to double down.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of all 3 heroes for FCAP are physical, so the Tigreal would be a smart ban here.
Yeah. Innate Kira. Oh, okay, of course. Cover base.
Oh, they're not gonna risk it. They'd rather deal with the implosion.
Yeah.
What is Stormy play here?
What if they What if they pick up the Tigreal themselves?
They can on the clapback.
And then Arlot from Flap TZ, just like in M5.
Just like the other day.
Just like the other day too. So that opens up a lot. Like you already have implosion, you have the knockoff from the Tigreal, they have the Akai with infinite amounts of vengeance juggles here coming out from the Arlot if ever they do pick up the Tigreal. However, I still feel the Yuzhong needs to be banned here for SRG.
They gotta pick their poison. They're covering up the roamer choices, I see.
I wonder what Humes wants to play because again, he's the highlight maker.
Yeah.
The highlight makers, Joe, Ruby, that kind of picks. Lilia picked up again, so Falcons Avid Brand, they're gonna have priorities. So this is making me feel the Fanny pick.
Yeah, but maybe a Lolita for Humes.
But it's fine, yeah.
Going up against a Cloud, I think.
I don't like the interaction with the Lilia though. She just tears through you.
What else? Maybe they snatch a Tigreal, I guess.
But the thing is, Falcons Avid Brand, they have a lot of ways to survive, right? The Purify from the Lilia as well as the Claude, the Akai with the innate Purify as well.
Gauge, yeah.
So it's kind of like, I can see the Tigreal pick, but I feel like he's gonna get countered so hard.
How about Aurora for SRG?
Yeah.
Looks to be Aurora and then Tigreal. That's a really good combo. It opens up a lot. It's
the show. It's the show Novaria.
Novaria. Okay, now FCAP. They are the ones who's gonna pick up Lolita. Yeah, cool.
SRG have to fight very specifically and they're proactive.
Good start for SRG, but FCAP, the last 2 picks.
They found the answer.
They found the answer. Lilia Lolita.
I refuse to give any opinions.
Combo.
My job ends here. Thank you very much to the analysts. Miracle as well as Gideon. Good luck for this game.
Yeah, we're gonna need some luck on this one because I think that Lolita pick solves a lot of the problems. Single target lockdown, big disengage, big re-engage with the flicker, the shield to say no to Innocent for once.
Also the Lilia with insane mid prio, so they can actually go for the invades a whole lot. Utilize the Akai as well. Try to go for the purple buff for Fanny, and if Skies doesn't get the purple buff, I think it really looks like for Falcons AP Bren, purple buff number 2, they're gonna start threatening it.
Well, hopefully it's going to be enough here. Again, a lot of factors are coming into play. Whether or not Cram is able to find that priority to contest for it, whether or not we are going to see some guys make miracles happen once again, this time on an even more dangerous pick for the early game. It's time for game number 4. SRG now on the blue side up against Falcons AP Bread on the red.
It's a battle for match point for Falcons AP Brand. 1 game away from match point for SRG, a bit further on the climb. You know, I was talking about how, all right, on Navaria, it's a great pick, especially considering this is the first time that we get to see Falcons AP Brent, at least in the knockout stage, on utility back again. So Navaria provides a lot of good poke, and then obviously when Lolita came up, it's just like, can't believe I forgot about this, right? The pick that was able to send their bitter rivals, Liquid Echo, in the semifinals out. They were able to counter Edith and carry it was.
Yeah, and I think that the troll pick is actually a pretty good substitute for it, right? Because again, you're fighting for that mid prio. You are going to take some damage. You need some way to kind of not only defend yourself, but clear that waves effectively. Here we go.
The damage down. Flapteezy goes in still. Flapteezy still able to use the vengeance, but now the swing of the hammer skies with first blood.
Did he forget that Fanny was in play? I don't know. That was kind of weird. That was kind of weird from Fluff. He definitely could have like completely disengaged, but let's see if they're gonna get. Ooh, no! Another one on top of that.
Great start for Selangor Red Giants. A kill onto Skies, a kill onto Cram. That's XP Prio and Jungle Prio.
I think that honestly solves a lot of the problems we were worried about for SRG. Now the early game is actually somewhat doable this time around. Maybe, I don't know, it could just be like blue side being the ultimate side at this point, right? Is that? I think that's what we're kind of devoting it to.
So far, that has been the case. And now again, Yum's able to clear out the mid lane. Level 4 advantage for Falcons AP Brandon. Take a look at Flapteezy. Uncharacteristically, not level 4 at the first turtle. Crabs doing a hammer down. Flapteezy down to half. Yum's dealing some damage again as Crab opts in the penalty zone. Flapteezy in the midst of it all right now. Underneath, don't check the move. Able to find this. Flap gets the shielding. Speed of destruction. One last shot to do it. The Flap again is able to survive with just 1 HP. Skies on the chain. Finds him in the first Flap. Still able to go for a lot of those shots, but the cables are inevitable.
He's mad. Flapteezy's mad. He's like, oh man, maybe Yums just didn't see like the little slight bit of green left on his health. Let's have a look at this one more time in Skies. Again, great call on this one, right? For all we know, Flapteezy, he hits level 4 just in time and tries to sustain through that damage. If he connected with that final slash, that could have bought him at least one more second of time for somebody to find the trade back, especially since Ogren on this Lolita has single target lockdown the charge. At this point in time, with Fanny having an EXP lead, that's a great. Wait, now they have Prio over this. Are they going to send the mid lane over to it? No, they're not.
No, it's just back and forth again for SRG. They have this lead, so no real reason to actually force a lot of these fights. And you can get to see that interaction with the Bulwark, sending it back towards Navaria. But SRG, actually, they're holding out in the mid lane very well, too. When it comes to clear away the Dragon. Walking over down straight into the blades of Skies. 3-0.
That was a great idea. This is a great idea. This is why I really liked the troll pick when we see Yums play it. Yes, he wants to make highlights, but at the same time, there's a lot of interesting interactions, and most importantly, he can cancel out Oaken's Numenor Blast early. He can kick him out of position, and the same can be said about Kalatizi when we come down to these Lord situations. It's how do we utilize this wave of the Dragon effectively?
Good Black Shoes usage there by Few, able to evade from Skies' damage. But now he's on a purple buff, and Yums will have to buy some space, storming in the mid lane as well, trying to clear it out. Trying to get this prio for Skies. Kalatizi already jumping onto Yums, trying to find a trade for the purple buff, but Yums is going to be caught, forced to flicker out. Supermarket on the chase, a flicker. No, no flicker. It's just a few recalls, and it's with the pin down in the mid lane. What happened? Few got pinned off.
I mean, everything is happening all at the same time. He's caught mid-rotation here, and now the penalty zone to look for more.
Oh, Spear of Destruction as well. Now he's going to be innocent. Caught in the final slash, still able to evade right now, but the Numenor Blast is able to connect. He has to purify, baited out the vengeance straight into that kick. Into another spear from Innocent.
Dude, talk about well-played Innocent there, right? He purposefully delays until he sees the engagement, the vengeance coming in from Flapteezy, hits that Purify so that he's stuck. Once he's on top of that Moskov, he's got nowhere else to dash because it goes on cooldown.
Skies with the cable zone! He's able to steal it away again! This time a level ahead.
It's not about the players anymore. It's blue side. It's something about blue side, right? It's sorcery. How is this fair? How is blue side so dominant in this game thus far? I thought the draft coming up for Falcons AP Red is honestly not that bad, but considering these early interactions not falling into their favor, it looks like SRG really taking advantage of every single bit here. But same like last game, that mid-game spike from Falcons AP Brand. We need to see that happen. So far, Kyle Teasy hasn't been able to create too many opportunities just yet, but that's all due because some people are getting caught off. Other times, you just don't have the battle spells.
Man, I just keep remembering now with this kind of performance on the Assassins versus the Utility, I keep on remembering and recalling that interview with the Malaysian content creator. What is his name? I think it was DJY. He said, go Assassins. Assassins #1, he said.
Assassin's the way to play the game, right? I mean, look at that. He's already got... Oh, my goodness. At least he's building up to a 2K lead on to Kyle Teasy 6 minutes into this game. But that's when we see Falcons AP Brand, right? Their comp really comes online once they start grouping up together.
Okay, Supermarket read it out. Has the Purify. And now the cable to win the drive comes in. Comes those skies! Wow!
Are we playing a mouse and keyboard or something? He's literally pointing, clicking, that man must die, and they find it each and every time.
It's a target ability for Skies.
Oh, it is. And it's about to get even worse for the side of Falcons AP Brand if they keep on slipping up on these leads from SRG. And right now, the main attack dog, the initiator, Yubs, he's doing so much this game.
Doesn't have to wait a dragon here, but will be able to knock him up. He's going to be knocked out. The penalty goal canceled by the Sun. Kyle Teasy caught in the Astral Echo, and it's in now with the Abyss Walker as well. Very low. No pin down with the Spear of Misery. Good cover from Ogwen. But he's forced to recall out. That's a free neutral objective to the Assassin Jungler.
Honestly, not too bad. At least Falcons AP Brand aren't giving anything over to SRG besides the turtle. Oh, penalty zone though. Onto a few. Forcing to use that black shoes. Not that big of a deal. That's just an alt use. It's not like they're going to fight each other anyways, but SRG, I think they want to invade. And considering the options, I mean, they've got the way of the dragon ready. They could do it, but at the same time, black or purple buff from Sakai's means that SRG just have to wait.
You can see the difference in level already. This is why the Assassins have been able to find so much more value in this meta. The clear speed is ridiculous. On top of that, how fast you are, so mobile. You can go and catch a lot of these waves that most utility junglers will have to give up. It's a 2-level lead for Skies. So finally, after 3 games, he finds himself ahead in level against Kyle Teasy.
Hey man, similar to SRG, Falcons AP Brand have been known to flip fights over despite having massive losses in the earlier stages of the game. They're great at their timings. Both of these teams have a lot of similarities. Look at Skies, he's again pulling the Falcons AP Brand away from each other, trying to not enable their comp.
These cables from Skies, man. Crime in the mid lane. Goes for penalty zone. Oh, tenacity on the boots. Gets him out of the heavy spinning flickers out of it. Meanwhile, down below, Skies!
Man. What? I mean, what can you really say about that, right? It's just unlucky, I guess. I mean, Flapteasy, he's just not, he doesn't have enough stacks. He just got the Thunderbelt as well. He doesn't have enough hybrid defense to survive through it. And even if he does, technically it doesn't matter because Skies has the Malefic Roar. The more hybrid stats, the better it is for me. The more I'll just cut right through it.
Man, Wolf and Leo, they were talking about, you know, Flapteasy on the arm. He should be able to do what he did at M5. He should be able to do what he did just 2 days ago. This is an unreal stat, 0-4-0.
Okay, we can't count them out just yet, right? But we know that the game has been accelerated to a point of no return. I think that from both sides, it could be like a quick game for SRG to move on, and Falcons AP Brand will then take blue side. Or if Falcons AP Brand really want to slow this down, we're hoping for some big plays from the initiators. Like, if not for Flapteasy, sure, maybe they can extend and guarantee a fight win, but Ogren as well as Kyle Teasy need to work with some angles here against SRG. And unless Yums is caught slacking with that Junpo, because right now he's playing mechanically perfect.
This is a big problem, by the way, for Falcons AP Brand. Oh,
even the heck.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Yums recalling, by the way. That's also a problem. You know, it's emotional damage that they're receiving every single tap of the recall. But really for SRG, it's how they're able to utilize the 1-3-1 formation as well. Banny up top or Moskov up top and then someone else down below, Skies. You blink and you miss that, right? You blink and you die. Supermarco, great reaction time to evade from it. Without the nature, he really has to respect Skies' damage. And you can see for Innocent, he's already on to the Lord. Kyle Teasy to be jumped down. Penalty zone locking him down. Now with the help of Yoshi, to the left. He misses the final slash. Skies finds it.
Okay, they're just gonna back away at this point, right? SRG don't need to extend the lead. They've already committed. I mean, they got Flapteasy's final slash and the flicker as well. Maybe he's just looking for some sort of redemption in these fights, but it's fine, right? Falcons, they can technically lose their outer tier 1 and 2 in mid. They just need to make sure they high ground deep. Oh god.
Skies now. Oh, Skies!
He's out of there. He's out of there.
Oh my goodness!
This kid is insane!
View now going to be caught in. Innocent able to take him down. Penalties are locking him down as well. Meanwhile, away the dragon from Yums. Skies again. The assassination gets knocked off before he can do anything. But they will be able to take some of these turrets. Base turret up top, taken down from SRG 10-0. Up against Falcons, AP Bren. Open, forced back, forced to flicker out. Still with the Lord. This is the first Lord of the game. And they're looking for an end angle. Skies again with the cables.
Okay, finally I can breathe here. SRG, they've set up checkmate angle, and we haven't seen a checkmate angle in a long time here at the playoffs, right? A 10k goal lead for the side of SRG, a missing inhibitor from the side of Falcons AP Bren. On this next Lord take, Falcons AP Bren really need to discuss how they're going to approach this. Yes, they have zone control, but so far, SRG, now that the Lord dance is more of a tango than it is a waltz, this push and pull is not in Falcon AP Bren's favor.
Not at all. It really feels like they're just so far behind, and it is because they are far behind. Super far behind, doesn't have the win of nature just yet. So even when he gets that win of nature, Stormy is going to be a constant threat. Remember, the Astral echoes straight into the almost unmissable Astral Spheres. He's going to have to build double time.
Yep.
Win of nature, rose gold, and he's going to have to do it quick. Because this snowball is getting out of control.
Yeah, it doesn't help with the fact that even if we want to see Supermarket to go for the cleanup, Innocent can almost guarantee deal with him 1v1 because he already has the Winds of Nature in his backpack. With 6 kills on this man, 3 kills on Moskov, and 1 on Trizla, SRG are in prime position. Now, I think from SRG side, the difference between this game and the previous is the fact that they were very honest. But now that they have mechanical heroes that really show the skill expression, micro-wise, it's really forcing Falcons AP Bren to take their time, right? Their slow approach has costed them a lot, but right now, SRG refusing to make too many mistakes.
Not at all. No mistakes, it seems, right now. Good bulwark there to send it back. Graham taking a whole lot of damage, half HP. Skies again threatening some of these resources. Perhaps Innocent going to be able to go for the invade. Counties, he secures the purple buff. So not losing too much here. But again, Falcons AP Bren, a big problem that they're going to have to face is the fact that the base turret up top in the far lane has been taken down. And SRG were already winning out early with 1-3-1. Counties, he got pinned down open, got beaten in. Towards the jump, now flicker, penalty zone! Graham able to find 3 to last cancel, now find the penalty zone! Innocent in the back! Find the spear of destruction! Meanwhile though, Super Marco gets the place into left easy, absolutely melted down! But they are able to find a trade. Innocent very low, is able to kite back now with Purify as well. Going back and forth, bulwark. Trading it back, almost bouncing it. Away Skies again! But go for the assassination, will be able to escape with the shielding. A good shot down onto Oakman. It was all just 1-for-1.
No purple buff dip, and oh my god, Oakland made that work. No, they wouldn't. They can't, right?
2 seconds on Kyle, 1 second on Kyle on that retribution. Now both off. Yo, looking for the play, now going to be taken very low. Still has it away. The Dragon Skies on it. That's what Yoshi Kyle. Taze steals it away, recovers it for Falcons AP Brennan. Service gets gunned down by Super Marco, who's going to go for more, but Innocent again with a spear. Now into the back, but it gets so back. Oakland! The master at work!
A double kill. You know what? Let's give it to him. Innocent getting a triple kill. One being himself. Dying to the bulwark. Oakland, 2 times in a row, may have just saved them from the checkmate angle on top of a steal from Kyle TZ. They outsustained and final slash onto Graham. They get this. Well done.
With displacement, Cram has the penalty zone. Decides to use it off the fuel. The few hammer swings, almost going to get the trade right now, but gets stunned down. That's another stun into the Vengeance, into the Brooms. But in the bottom lanes, SRG are still able to get rid of the Lord.
Look at this, right? Everybody gets chunked out super low. Like, Innocent wants to stay healthy here, but he's getting chunked out as he walks forward. Those black shoes really making it annoying. He can take as much damage here as he wants to, take the black shoes back, and now he's basically at full health. And then the steal coming in from Kyle, because the guys couldn't get the reset. What can you really do about that? And you can tell, even backstage, the rest of the members of Falcons AP Bren, they're loving it, and you're probably laughing at his fellow counterpart gold laner.
I mean, that's an interaction that everybody wants to see in the ranked games, you know? Like the Moskov killing himself against the Guardians bulwark. It's not fun as the Moskov, trust me.
Hey,
Not at all.
Just wait for the star shatter.
If that actually happens, if you get sniped down by yourself, technically, that'll be the only interaction that tops the Moskov kill, right? Good pin down. It's not that Super Marco was able to react in time, but he does save the Purify. Man, the patience on Marco.
It's crazy. It's really crazy because now it's come to a point where Falcon's AP Brent, even if Ogwin gets kicked out of the way, you can start walking up and get free damage. And more importantly, Kyle DC is now tanky enough to actually push them out of the way. Oh, man, Kramis! Wow, okay. Wasn't expecting that much damage to be being pumped out by Super Marco.
Skies trying to bait out a few of these abilities. Super Marco went back. We're using the Purify right now. Kramis going to be pinned down as he goes to the penalty zone. Skies going to play. Missing the cable, getting stunned up. Still able to get the shielding out of View. Gets the cutthroat. Unable to find for anything else. View. Looked at the chase, but Kramis. Oh, there you go. It almost hit it. Maybe that could have been the one.
No, I don't think he would have died just yet, but at this point in time, it just goes to show they've hit their power spike. They're finally past the mid-game into the later stages of the game. They're eventually going to outscale Slimer Red Giants in these super prolonged fights. Every time that Guardian Bulwark comes up, SRG has to completely avoid Ogwin. And now, let's have a look at the items so far, because now I'm finally seeing somebody building some magic resist.
We got the Radiant Armor coming in from Kram. That's the reason he hasn't really been able to soak in as much damage as possible up against Super Marco. Even with the Queen's Wings, he's still getting shredded down. So maybe go, I don't know, at this point, what does he want to go for, right? Like, do you want to go Blade Armor to try to at least push that damage back onto Marco whenever he does go for a shred? Oh, no, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, guys. He's been perfect all game. He's 6-0. But it happens to everyone. It's not just you in a ranked game, buddy, man. All you fanny players. It's not just you.
It happens to the best of us. Even to the prince of the skies. Oh my goodness. All right, regardless, right? It doesn't mean too much at the end of the day, right? There's a good chance that Super Marco probably might have been able to survive that situation, but here comes Astro Echo to reveal everybody.
Good shot. He's actually at half HP. Is able to sustain back up with the DHS and that QC. Back to the Lord now. Maybe choke down. Skies in the back line trying to go for a flank angle. Grabbing a whole lot of punishment.
Oh, this is so interesting. This is so very interesting. Because now they find the angle.
Way to dragon, but it's not going to be painted in. Penalty zone locking down now. Boston's balls. That could be very low still. The help of the damage. Super Marco blazing the wet. The Purify still chasing on the Stormy. Waiting in the back, going back. Innocent now finding the kill on the Batisi. As Super Marco gets taken out. SRG are winning the fight. It's Ogwin who's standing in the middle. All alone. The sole member. It's a rover and he can't do anything. Not against Kram.
And that is it. That's game. That's game number 4. 2-2 here from both of these teams. Well done. This is going to go the full series here. I can just feel it down in my bones. And wow. You can see that Stormy, he's positioning in a way so that Ogwin is forced to walk and try to cut off as many angles as possible from that Star Shatter. And that opens the backline entirely when Skies is jumping in, especially when he's targeting some of the members like View, for an example, and forcing everybody to
really well played. These different angles.
Stormy
now. It's 2-2, so what? This is now a best of 3.
Like, the guys just, think shot fire at a certain point.
Right?
Look at it. David Brand. We'll
Blocker Cho.
Cho is great overall for SRG.
I'm not so sure this single-handedly blocks out the Ruby. Because Ruby will also proc the Phobius.
Yeah, that's true.
Might even go into the hands of Ogwin.
Might just go Tigreal at this point.
That too still open here.
For SRG.
You also don't want to Cho, one of Yum's favorite.
Yeah. Or, what if this is the game that they pick up Hilda? The Malaysian react.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
That's but for those who don't know, actually, we cannot see Lafell right now, like our line of sight. Yep, that's the Tigreal. Makes a lot of sense.
Good against the Fanny early, good against the Roger.
Thank goodness. I mean, okay, Gideon, what would you react if they pick up the Hilda?
If they pick I saw his reaction. He was shaking his head already. He was smiling uncomfortably. You called it Wolf. It was the Malaysian reaction is not good to that Hilda.
I was about to drive my fist through a wall if that was going to be the case.
Yeah. Okay, we're looking for explain or maybe a FAMS perhaps for Mr. Flap. Yeah, or they pick up the Hyujong actually. So they move forward.
But the Valentina is there too, so it's a bit of a risk. Like it's a good pick, but you know they are a risk. Maybe even like Lapu or something.
Okay,
Edith.
Edith and Tams
Edith
as
Tams.
predicted. Okay, now you're left with the Cram Hero, right?
Yep.
Ah, that's his. I think you're stuck with the Borg.
I'm
Might
okay
be.
with the board.
Or if you wanna be risky, go for the CC.
I think the Borg is best. You're gonna need all the extra health you can get.
All right, they pick up the Borg indeed.
Perfect.
Got him.
Thank you very much, analysts. You guys are doing an amazing job in the drafting phase. Speaking of which, casters, you guys are doing an amazing job casting this game. So why don't you guys do that?
Thanks for allowing us to do our jobs, LaFell. The match is about to commence. The points dead even. 2-2 in the best of 5. Well, game 5 in a matter of fact. Best of 7. Oh my. I don't know. I'm flabbergasted with this. I don't think anybody was expecting Malaysia to have a performance like this against the Filipino representatives of FCAP nonetheless.
It goes to show you the right side of the bracket that most people said was an easy bracket. How easy was that bracket if this is the grand finals we get to witness?
I don't know, but if SRG is able to take it all the way, it begs the question about all their competitors before them. But it's time as we head into the land of Dot to prove the theory whether blue side is going to maintain its 100% win rate here in the grand finals with Falcons AP Bread up on blue, SRG up on red.
Let's take a look at this composition, right? The Alpha. I think it's going to be very, very good, especially in the early game. It's really all going to come down to how they can shut down the fan. I think it's a similar vision for SRG that Falcons AP Brand had in the previous game, which was go and invade purple buff number 2. Try to just take the purple buff away from the Fanny. And that's what Athamas does find a lot of pressure here. But honestly, when it comes towards, you know, the later stage of the game, I don't know how the Samus will play out against, you know, the Harris, the Alphas, where they're going to be able to actually kind of burst them down, and the Vengeance won't really have the same effect as it did for Falcons AP Brand like it did back in game number 2 for SRG.
No, I can agree with the sentiment here, but I think, you know, especially when you do have the Thomas, it kind of opts to tell you, like, I want to have some form of control and dueling power. Oh, God.
This is it. The Spear of Alpha straight into under the turret skies. Finds first blood again. Calteezy, though, looking for the trade back. Cram under the turret, able to flicker out. Skies in the bush. And Calteezy will be able to escape for now. Earth Shatter, flicker onward. Combo together. Kyle gets the response.
They should have been a little bit more decisive on that one. Do you back away or do you just hold your recall? I mean, you're basically dead anyways, but at least I got the flicker out of Ogwin. It's 1-1 in terms of kill score. Everybody's just fighting back for that lead, but this allows Flapteezy to actually try and recover in his lane. He's going to freeze it right underneath his turret, and that's just great for him because as soon as he hits level 4, he's going to be a problem.
Now for Falcons AP Brand, that level 4 power spike is going to be massive as well, by the way.
Huge.
Few, Demonic Force is all he needs, technically for Oakwood as well with the Primal Wrath, and it will create a position or a situation where it's going to be very hard for Stormy. Does he steal the Primal Wrath? Does he steal the Demonic Force? Well, that's your answer. He goes for the Primal Wrath over the Demonic Force. So let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think for now, especially in the earlier stages of the game, there's taking the Demonic Force, especially, the only person you can really punish is Calteezy, right? But even then, these cables are really good. They can cover a lot of distance at a time, and even pulling yourself away from the Demonic Force in a lot of these cases, right? So I think that taking the Primal Wrath is going to be the most optimal. It's good, it's versatile, it keeps you alive in a lot of situations as well. But in the meantime, I'm curious about the status of Innocent dealing with Super Marco. Let's have a quick look at how the state of the lane is going, because I'm guessing that both of these gold laners, they are going to play a little more passively. Oh,
Flicker Implosion, good one by Yum, straight into the shove. Cram holding on to the last Insanity. Primal Wrath used up, and now it's the last Insanity to blow him up in the backline. Calteezy finding the trade, and it's going to be 1-for-1 right now. XP traded for Robe. Flapteezy. No Vengeance Visions on end. Good Terrify from Stormy. Forcing out a Demonic Force from Few. And just like that, SRG, they're playing their cards really, really well. Not with the cooldown on the Demonic Force, no resets. They should be able to take the turtle for free.
We do see the hand cams from these players. They're trying to increase their APM here, right? They're going in and out of their shot just to make sure that their fingers are warm for when the situation calls for it. Let's see. This turtle is going to be important for both sides here, and ideally, SRG wants to stall it out.
Okay, with the Earth Shadow, Caltisi into the back line with Flaptisi Skies, and he bursts it down by Kyle. Picks up the killing spree straight into the turtle, that's free. But it's for Falcon's AP Brand. Cram trying to kite away. Viraga armor down. Caltisi's looking for the assassination, but Cram was able to flick around and space himself out properly.
And what am I telling you, all right? That's why you have Thomas on your side. You're able to kind of buy just a little bit of time, but most importantly, your damage is so applicable. If you win any single one of your trades in these side lanes, then you start calling the attack dog Kyle Teasy to start finishing up these kills for you, similar to how SRG did it, except with Yums.
Slowly but surely for Falcons AP Brand, that's always been the way they take their games, at least the winning games, right? It's all about building the gold lead very steadily, utilizing the macro advantage, and then suddenly going for a big team fight with that power spike hitting.
Well, regardless, at this point, I think that even between Caltisi and as well as guys, if we look at the gold in favor of Caltisi, a slight EXP lead for Sakai, and that's going to change very quickly since there's plenty of camps up still left for Kyle.
By the way, didn't really notice this at the start of the game, but it fused on Brave Smite on the Phobius, so I would say it's an interesting emblem to take, right? Because usually you would maybe want to go for Impure Rage, try to get more mana, stuff like that, all about sustain. Caltisi wants to go for the assassination, though, finds it in the bottom lane. X-Work, usually you can sustain, usually you can get out, but Flaptisi's just munching on that Viraga armor.
I mean, when you get ganked 3 times like that, you know, how many times has he been cancelled or recall? How many times has he had to sacrifice himself and trade down against Falcon's AP Brand? And to answer your question, why if you decided to go for Brave Smite, is because he bought first item Gleaming Gem, right? Every single time he gets a level, he's going to be able to get mana as well as HP. Speaking of which, Owen.
Good shove down. Owen forces use the Primal Wrath. Ooh, big up the implosion too.
Oh no. Is this a dive angle? They know that Harith doesn't have the Silent Force.
No, not yet.
I think, all right, at this point of time, right, if we are really thinking hard about this, I think that Falcon's AP Brand are in a much better position than SRG. They know that a majority of the ults are down, so whoever's low, quickly reset, come back, we need to do this fight. We need to potentially have a fight, but at the very least, blitz down this turtle.
You can see Flap's damage there, zoning Yums away. And you can see for Selangor Red Giants, they know that there is no way they can contest for this turtle, not with their HP bars, and they'll decide to back away. Just deja vu to game 1, game 2, where they had to come back in the game. Innocent can be engaged on, forcing the Zaman Force out. But Innocent is able to space out in a way where you can't really go for the chase. It'll be too greedy to do so. Cram in the mid lane, just poking Oakland down.
They're going to take their time with this again. FCAP, they've been like slowing things down a lot. Ooh, Thunderbelt first item coming in from Flaptisi. Just to make sure that it's like, oh no, I'm not trying to War Axe. I'm trying to get real tanky so that at least even in the late game, I have some form of relevance there. Now he's opting to build the War Axe. He's going to take some time with this, right? At the end of the day, the most important ones are the insurance policies, and that's going to be in their gold layers. I think Super Marco and as well as Innocent both contesting pretty heavily. It's going to be Super Marco who has the lead for now.
Guys, there's Peter Alpha, able to catch him, but Kyle still has the energy, has the purple buff to escape. We got a game fact, but hold out Flaptisi going in, forcing Yums to shove back.
Well, game fact here. We were always talking about blue side being the heavily favored side. Wait, no, they're fine. Okay, blue side being the heavily favored side. But honestly, in this grand finals, 100%, but overall, 60.44% win rate overall in 91 games. And that's a lot of data that we're working with. It just goes to show, man, if Falcons AP win, it's to be expected.
It's the pattern of even the MPO regions. Blue side has just been such a dominant force, and I guess with the patch, even more so. Flaptisi and Owen, though, again, really trying to control the enemy jungle. Flaptisi just trying to maybe even invade some of the creeps here. Cram, go for the poke. Owen able to onward defensively. Falcons AP Brand know better than to go for the fight. They know that they have an advantage now with the Fanny to clear out the side waves, to actually shove it and force SRG to lose some XP and gold.
I totally agree with you here. I mean, look at how shoved up the waves down on that bottom side, right? And at this point, Falcons AP Brand can keep on doing this. Keep stretching Selangor Red Giants, start taking away their tier 1s, but most importantly, with the attention being pulled elsewhere, this purple buff for Kyle TZ is always free. It's not being taken away from him just yet.
Ooh, Bram! Virago armor completely demolished there. The show back flap. TZ still with a vengeance, and now it's going to be Kyle TZ jumping in the back like Stormy trying to go for the Terrify, gets absolutely obliterated. Few in the midst of it all, still able to get the demonic force, but Bram melts him down with the fire.
Oh, for now, good peel, but at the same time, they are still trading 1 for 1. We haven't seen a positive trade from Slango Red Giants in the past 8 minutes or so. And until we do see that trade happen, I think that, they're going to take their time once again. The scaling on Innocent especially, they need him to have that Holy Crystal have some relevant damage in this game. Because so far, Kyle TZ, he's having the time of his life, right? He's playing a completely separate game while SRG are scrambling to figure out how we close down on this 4K deficit.
It's going to be very, very hard for SRG, but really it's all about... I feel like in this game it's a bit different too, right? Because in Game 1, Game 2, the games they were able to come back despite losing out of the early game, they had a composition that does well in the mid game. Meanwhile here with Harith, you're not forced to get the early lead, but it'll be better. It'll be optimal for you to have that early lead, to build your own snowball. And if we do get to the later stage, Falcons AP Brand, they have a marksman, they still have a lot of these skirmish-heavy heroes that are pretty good in the late game too, man. I mean, even Flap TZ, his build on the Thamus, he can take as much damage as he can deal.
Yeah, and he doesn't mind poking, right? Because that just helps him stack up that hybrid defense regardless. And you can definitely see the difference between the two because, unfortunately, Amos is taking a lot less damage than Cram despite the 2-level lead, right? And more importantly, it feels like Stormy is having the hardest of times. Because what ultimate do you take at this point in time? Even if you take the Demonic Force, there's not many people who proc it.
Oh, Kyle trying to go for the assassination on Stormy. Stormy's still able to displace himself very well there. SRG, now they conceal Yums. Looking for a play. Knows Flap TZ doesn't have a Purify, but doesn't want to go for it just yet. View Demonic Force. Into the midst of it all, it's a 2v5 right now. And now it's going to be Kyle TZ looking for the back line. Primal rather Yums finds the implosion on the 2 members straight into Innocent. Now with the Demonic Force, but it's going to be changed. CC still surviving. Crab finds a double. Ogwen going to be slashed by Skies. Somehow, someway, the Red Giants always find a way.
Oh my goodness, they catch 3 there, and just a sliver of health from Yums as well. Those important calls from the side of SRG is what's really defining them as why they are a threat to Falcons AP Brent. Great implosion coming in from the side of Yums. Innocent, he did, I would have liked him to use that Purify just slightly earlier, but let's look at the replay here, because when it does happen, right, Few initiates. His objective is to chunk out as many people as possible. So guys, he probably could have held his ground just a wee bit longer, but wasn't expecting Yums to get so much there. Because Super Marco, at the end of the day, is waiting to finish off all the low members, and that's a main win con here for FCAP.
Slowly but surely, now it's SRG's turn to take it slow. They got the Lord. No real reason to go for the fights now. They can start going for the turrets. And we were talking about how for SRG, it would be great if they can somehow build their own snowball. And it happened right as their window opened. That was their power spike. Innocent getting into the mid-game, 10-minute mark. And now with the Lord in the mid lane, they're starting to get some structures down as well. Yums to the flank. The conceal. Spotted by Ogwen. Primal Wrath stolen away. Falcons AP Brent's gotta respect this. Marco doing some damage onto the frog armor. Now the holy defense going to be procced in the mid lane. No, they keep it alive. So far for SRG, they've only managed to take mid and top, and they're actually going to lose a tier 2 down below.
Kyle TZ this entire time just headed down to the bottom side. He knew that he's basically going to be useless if he has to take a traditional front to back against SRG. So he opts to take the on the opposite side of the map. At least his team doesn't have to worry about that side. Super Marco with the GDS already just knows he's going to get attacked. He's going to purify. He's going to transform and just walk away and maybe look for a re-engage down the line. But most importantly here, I think that SRG, especially for sick guys, for him to start the fight is a bold claim. I think that Falcons AP Bren, they want SRG to find these big engages more often than not so they can initiate, right? It's really that implosion that they're worried about. They don't want to repeat the same mistake twice.
Great cross-map plays here by Falcons AP Bren, able to find another tier 2 turret. And these are small wins. They won't win you the game instantly, but slowly but surely, just with the tempo shifting. And with Falcon AP Bren having so much more prio on the map later on, especially considering, they can shove a bit deeper, they can start invading. They can start looking for these angles that the composition will definitely find a lot of value with, right? And if they are able to attack from different angles, force SRG into a non-front to back, it'll be great for them. Spirit of Alpha onto Oakwood, straight with the fire to Oakwood, force the flicker with the Primal Rat. Now, Crab! Last and
view, jumping around but gets caught by the spear. Sky's on a killing spree. Marco keeps on going, finds a double. The turn tides around Innocent. In the midst of it all, give it a play. Crown has the Farrago armor back up. Super Marco forced to run away.
And that's the GDS diff. That is the GDS diff. Clean him up, Kyle. Fight. Oh, he doesn't spot him. Crab. Oh, no, he walks out. He's trying to do it all over again. He ends up giving a crowd. Lost his cool at the very end, dude. He had no idea. But yes, the GDS difference there. Gets the Faraga armor, uses the last insanity, kites away from it. And even Innocent, honestly, the placement of the Zavin Force actually mattered. The 10% slow could have been what they needed to win out that fight entirely. Let's start with the position of Yums. Just look at where he's positioning, right? He knows that he spots out Kyle and completely shuts off that zone, and Kyle quickly turns around. Now, if Kyle got his damage down in, then Super Marco has the green light.
Innocent, though, dealing a whole lot of damage. Open, even with the primal rep gets completely obliterated. Caltesi into the back. Eom's doing the same thing again. Stormy able to flicker around with the primal rat ties. Finds the retreat again. And few resolve but alone amongst the Red Giants. But even then, SRG, they say, no, we will not fight. We got the Lord.
This is becoming brutal combat. Honestly, they're putting everything on the line to make these plays work out. Let's look at the replay one more time to catch up on what exactly happened. Once again, Yum starts walking forward despite being a man down, right? We do see that Innocent able to outplay the situation thanks to the help. He plays literally almost on top of Yums as he flickers forward to try and catch as many people possible.
Now it's about them utilizing the enhanced Lord. Caltesi was able to secure the orange buff. Now in the mid lane, Flatteezy to get a bit of damage. The blood wave is already done from Innocent. Look at burst damage on the Flat, forced to use the ultimate as the Lord charges in. Innocent still holding on to Zaman Force. Knows that there are getting more waves. You pop back to the team now. Force to use the demonic force. Absolutely gunned down from the skies with the demonic force. It didn't even matter.
That was disgusting. That was disgusting. He literally got behind him and pushed him back into the team. This could be an end angle here.
Oh, when Earth Shatter not connecting. Now the Spear of Alpha from Skies unable to connect. It seems they are struggling. Caltesi has bursted down right as he cables in. The base wide open. Selangor Red Giants take match point.
They're the first to...
Wait, I didn't... Okay, this caught me by surprise. What?
This is amazing.
Turns it around.
And Skies is probably thinking to himself, maybe I should take a lethal ignition on this one. Just for, I mean, it's one of those feel-bad moments, but still, it's still a 50-50. Yums doesn't get knocked up, thankfully, and now that's first blood for Falcons AP Brent. That's what you want to see, especially if you are a world champion fan.
For Falcons AP Brand on the Nolan. See, it's very rare that we get to see this, right? When Wolf says that he doesn't like Falcon AP Brand's draft. It's very rare to see. Usually they're always able to outdraft their opponents. I think that was the case as well up against Liquid Echo. But this time around, they find themselves in a spot where they really have to get the early lead. That will definitely help them with a lot of these hero plays with the composition to make it work, to beat SRG before they get online.
I think we need to take it a step forward, right? Because now at this point, it's not only just about getting a lead, but it's also unlocking these laners, right? And Open, he can take the damage. He doesn't mind. He opted to go for tank emblem, so he can take it for now. But at the same time, right? How do they unlock them?
Good zoning. This is a good way to do so. Falcons AP Brand already utilizing the man advantage in the bottom lane to actually stop Cram from getting that cannon in. That will actually stop him from getting level 4, which means Caltesi should be able to steal it or actually just take it for free. No contest at all from SRG.
Yeah, a really good off-tempo play from the side of Falcons AP Brand. They decided, you know what? Hey, Owen, you're going to get 2 waves in the mid so that Field can actually start zoning out Cram for these bigger fights. With that being said, that's an early turtle for Falcons AP Brand, but Caltesi, especially with the lead that he has EXP-wise, he's going to be able to really start threatening and burning battle spells from Selangor Red Giants.
Falcons AP Brand, it's all about that farming now. Up against Skies on the Hayabusa, Nolan does have an advantage when it comes to that clear speed, so that's definitely something that Falcons AP Brand will continue to utilize here. Kyle, also known for his amazing, phenomenal pathing. Now, a level ahead, he should be able to find another lead here because this is what I was talking about for the Yuzong at least, right? For Cram on the Alapu, you're going to be great, especially in mid-game, but in the early game, if you got that Yuzong, you would be able to force to just win out this lane.
I mean, I agree that if they want to win out this lane, but at the same time, SRG is taking a little bit further than that, right? Because look at the nature of how these games have been going. It's, yes, you get a lead in the laning phase, but then afterwards, what happens? The big turnaround we've seen from both of these teams, somehow more consistently on SRG's side, but at the same time, with the Lapu, you're now not dependent on your battle spells anymore, right? You don't need to have that Petrify Furious Dive to make something happen. You just bravest fighter and hope for the best.
Warrior Boots' first item from Cram here is actually going for... I wonder what he's actually going for there. If he just wants to stay on that item. It's a Thunderbolt, though. Rushed in from Flapteezy. Kalteezy already pushing Cram, putting the pressure down on him in the bottom lane. He's already down quite a bit from, you know, all those early ganks from Few. Now he's going to be down even more. He's going to lose an entire wave, I think, with the cut.
Yeah, that's a little... Ooh. I mean, that's a little unfortunate. I think that Cram is going to first item War Axe instead of going for the traditional Hunter Strike at this point, where... mainly because I think when he jumps in, Ogwyn is going to stop everybody else from continuing the dive, you know, really capitalizing on it. With that peel being said, with the extra spell that you get from that War Axe, it might just buy him the precious few seconds. Ooh,
Youm's wild charge. All alone, though, now going to be taken down by Super Marco. Great read. For Falcons AP Red, it was just about speed. SRG weren't ready for that speed.
Exactly. Like, I'm surprised that they even wanted to contest for it in the first place. I would have think that, you know, they would have opted to just back away. You know what, take the turtle, whatever. Maybe we can find a lane lead somewhere.
Lock and roll straight into the flicker with 1 minute Fury onto Innocent. 1v3 taken down under the turret. No trades for SRG.
Oh boy. Good stuff coming out from Falcons AP Brand. Keep in mind, the Netherrealm is still up from Few. This was a guaranteed dive to happen. Oh, whoa.
Final Slash breathing out the black shoes already. Stormy kind of in a bit of trouble now, you know? He's not even able to walk up fully because he doesn't know where's Ogwyn. Now he does, and now he rotates back towards the mid lane, wants to give that wave over towards the Hereth. Youms is just holding it down.
Look at this read here coming up from Few. He's going to be able to get the Shadow Stampede off, but regardless, right, Falcons AP Brand are very aware that Skies has good opportunities to actually find the side. Oh!
Final Slash, look into the fracture, straight into the Vengeance! Well played, Falcons AP Brand. The combination to assassinate Skies.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. World champions for a reason, am I right?
Innocent, Zaman Force used up, Few rotating up top, relieving some of that pressure, and Super Marco still ahead of Innocent. Oh, what again? The pinch maneuver under the turret, forcing Innocent to walk all the way back to that bush.
SRG need to fight for priority here. At this point, like Youms, as much as he's responding, he's not helping the mid wave actually being cleared to get Stormy in a position where he can start drawing the line. By the time he gets there, it's already too late.
So far, so good for Falcons AP Brand. Kalteezy comfortably ahead, 1 level this time around as we wait for the next neutral objective. And even in the bottom lane, SRG have already sent Cram towards the top side of the map to contest for the neutral objective. And now the bottom lane, the lead grows even more, not just for Kyle, but for Flap as well.
I mean, the weirdest part is the fact that it feels like Falcons AP Red are taking the page out of Slango Red Giants' book. Hey, we're going to force you to keep answering our questions on our time. We're not going to give you that opportunity to regroup and find the counter engage.
Now with Kyle, that speed. Fracture used up the passive together with Super Marco's bullets. That's an easy take. 3 neutral objectives, all the Falcons AP Bren. No contest whatsoever. Skies finds the cross map play. We'll have to see if he can escape from this one. Shadow Kill uses the onto Flapteezy. Kalteezy waiting in the midst of it all right now. The Sun should be able to take him down, and just like that, he didn't even use the Vengeance. Stone Cold Flap.
Oh man, this guy's unable to buy enough time. I'm pretty sure he probably didn't exactly get the best bot Shadow in the world earlier. But at this point, any single advantage is great for Falcons AP Brand if they want to bring it back and force a tiebreaker between the two teams. At this point in time, SRG, if they're the only way that they're going to find a big tempo play is they've create an advantage with the wild charge, right? So far, Youms has not been able to get there at the right place at the right time because of the way that Falcons AP Brand are kind of splitting them up.
Final slash right into the knockup. Super Marco's running. Like conform, you can hear him. Youms able to escape for now. No flicker on Cram. Skies tries to go with the Quiet Shadow, just revealing them. Kalteezy's 2 levels ahead. Threatening. No, the Stormy hitting on the black shoes. Oh, my goodness, that damage!
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Let's look at the gold difference here because right now Super Marco is currently 1,200 gold ahead, and that's not what you want to see. But even so, even Kyle TZ continuing to be, I mean, he's so far ahead already.
He is so far ahead, and I think the items displayed very well. He doesn't even need a Sky Piercer, right? He thinks, okay, I'm gonna go for Blade of Heptases, and then Hunter Strike, and then I'll go for the Sky Piercer. I already have enough damage early game, fool.
And with that being said, right, situational items are going to start coming into play, and I think it's important that they get it as soon as possible. Because right now, that's a 3-item Roger, and not exactly the best position to be if you're low.
Slowly, Flapteezy, the barrier in and all in, but Flapteezy able to find the final slash with the shot over, and now with a capitalization. Power of Nature into the wild charge, 3 members knocked up. As Cram gets the famous Spider Stun. Now the round comes down to Super Marco, deals with the back line. Shadow kill forced out. Out with the Lycan form, Sky's very low. Yum Flicker, but now Sky's going back with the quad shadow. Meanwhile, Stormy forces the black shoes at Skies. Can now go for the assassination. Will be forced back again. It's 1 for all. Flap going in, connecting on the Yums, but will not be able to find the hit. Innocent with the Demand Force turns things around, finds a trade back, and Cram is back up.
Nice reaction time coming in from Yums. That Power of Nature saved his life from Flapteezy trying to go for that final slash. But at the end of the day, Falcons AP Bren, despite trading Flapteezy over to Innocent, doesn't matter. They got the neutral objective, and that's the most important part.
Again, now with the Lord. A big one at that, guys. Jumps in, Shadow kill. NetherRealm not up just yet. You can't escape. It's Stormy who finds it straight into the fadeaway with the black shoes. Into the turret, they find a pick. And I think this Lord, Falcons AP Bren, will still be able to utilize it. The passive was on full stacks from Few. He's back up already.
Let's look at the damage dealt so far because right now, we're seeing that Few. Again, these fights have been really, really compact. And the closer SRG sticks together, the more the Ghost Burster is going to do even more damage. And man, you can just see how badly Flapteezy wants to catch somebody just overextending, even by a single pixel. They'll find everything. But similar to the previous game, right, we did see that, you know, on Fanny, you want to be able to kind of split push on the side of the lane. For Hayabusa, exact same thing, right? You want to kind of alleviate the pressure.
Oh, Super Marco with the chase down. Now Sky's going back and forth. Scratch down. Super Marco wins the 1v1.
He panicked. The quad shadow, he sent it into the wall. That wasn't ideal, but hopefully they can protect mid tier 1.
They will still be able to do so up top. Innocent sent to deal with the Lord, but he's all alone. He's using his Mind Force. Oh, Gwen. Look at this menace, Flapteezy walking forward with the vengeance, able to find it onto Yums. Didn't get the stun. Flapteezy in the mid lane, zoning Cram away, and they are able to zone them away, at least from the tier 1 in the mid lane, getting that tier 2 up top as well. Kyle forced back Stormy, and now Yums, great maneuvers by him with the conceal. Zone them away from this turret. Open. Knock up final slash, displacing Yums, able to find a wild charge. Flapteezy in the back, shadow kill used up. NetherRealm there to protect them. Meanwhile, Super Marco will be able to escape still. Bodies away, flicker from Cram, not able to find it just yet. And Cram, despite all the damage, he can't take anyone down. Stormy with the chase, but then the motivation roar just gets them back up.
Oh, that's a War Axe diff right there. Survive. Oh, Stormy gets hit.
Final slash, Stormy trying to run away, doesn't have the black shoes. Meanwhile, Cram gets bursted down. Kyle TZ gets rid of Stormy.
That's a 2-for-nothing trade. Falcons AP Bren has been in the driver's seat this entire game, but the lead finally extended from 5K to 6K. Again, it's starting to even out here, and worse yet, this could mean inhibitors. The next 30 seconds is going to be important. Oh, final slash.
Again, with the vengeance, this time Innocent able to escape those Skies back and forth with the quad shadow. Now into Flapteezy again, very low. Innocent able to space out Yums with the power of nature, able to stand like it. Oh! Super Marco! Again and again, finding the play. Base short number 1, in mid-lane, boom! The Filipino cannon finds another.
Oh no, it's starting to fall apart for SRG. Falcons AP Bren, the chain deaths are happening.
Minions Fury crowned the bravest fighter, unable to find more. Super Marco continuing it, able to flicker out to safety. Innocent back and forth, now to another round. Final slash not connecting, Innocent cannot survive.
Once again, they do it. They are showing you why they are the best in this game. Every single time you count them out, they just show you it's not even close. Match point for both of these teams. We couldn't have asked for anything better here, Mirko.
Falcons AP Bren flying back to eye level against the Red Giants. Back and forth, and this time around, we get to see, we get to witness Game 7.
Games. More turn. And again, tempo, the speed. Dude, Falcons, if you brand, they want to push this one, and now it's anyone's game.
This is what we asked for, game number 7. But I gotta say, like all the fans out there, it is true that during the draft we reacted really badly about that fairness as well as that Nolan pick.
We were
Last pick.
skeptics.
We're very skeptic.
Let's not do that anymore.
Yeah, maybe it is necessary so that they can win.
It's part of the show.
Part of the show.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but nevertheless, I think the thing is what we actually forgot is how good the macro is for Falcons AP Brent, because they attack this in the macro level.
Which makes this all the more a beautiful game, match, and series.
Yeah.
Because all throughout, it was SRG who brought us first to match point. We were playing SRG's game, we were following their tempo, we were playing to their tune. And that's why the draft here made all the more sense for Falcons AP Brent, because they broke the game down to a point where team fights aren't what we're used to. They're not the fights we knew from games 4, 3, and 2.
There is also this silent protocol amongst teams, especially for MOBAs, when you're drafting in the grand finals, where it doesn't matter if you get the perfect hero for that draft, just a hero centric, but if it's not a metagame hero, it will not work. For example, the Lapu-Lapu, maybe you will rank it lower in your tier list, but it makes total sense, right? It's great versus the Roger, decent versus Nolan, stellar against the Fermis, but if you think about it, the attributes as well as the items that eventually this Lapu-Lapu will pick up, it's not that strong in the metagame. So even when
Makes obvious, we were vocal about that.
Take it.
Just want to take and it's feel like whoever wins this one, they deserve it. But with that being said, why do I keep saying that? We're jumping into the draft here. SRG is gonna be blue side, Falcons AB Brand, red side, betting the Julian, betting the Faramis. Few, you're not gonna be having fun.
by the way, just the fact that we have changed sides all matters so much.
SRG can get Roger here.
They can get the Roger, indeed, and they have already banned out. Maybe the Valentina will be next. That should be the ban. I gotta see.
I would encourage it.
Encourage. What other heroes do they ban? Oh, because they're in the red side. That's why they can now afford to ban the Faramis because they don't have to ban the chip.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Falcons and Brand, they ban out Fanny, so either let SRG have the Ling, have the Roger, or open both of them up.
I think you open both of them. Just ban the Ling at this point if you are FCAP. But for SRG, I think I would have said Valentina, but yeah, Moscow also works.
So in that case, do they first pick the Ling, regardless if it doesn't get banned?
Yeah. Yes, 100%. Especially because you already have the counters taken out. Like most importantly, this Julian and also the Moscow. In fact, even the Faramis is considerable against the Ling. So yeah, you're not comfortable.
Do it, Treb.
Do it, Treb.
Take out the Ling, man.
Yeah, just stay on the Ling.
I mean, again, it's like they banned out the Angela, so they want to let SRG pick up the Ling so that Falcons AP Red they can pick up. I believe Roger Terizla.
Roger Valen. Yep. If the Ling gets picked up, I mean, this could be totally different. Maybe SRJ picks up Terizla.
Or the Valen.
Or the Valen.
Put it in Stormy. In Stormy we trust.
Wow, what an intense first pick, huh?
I mean, again, it's the final match.
So that's SRG taking the Roger route. You go Ling and you go Terizla. I think that is the MO for FCAP. There it is. So if you're SRG, you definitely don't want to give the Valentina, right?
The nail on the head.
Yeah. You pick up Valentina if you're SRG. What else do they pick up to?
do they have to consider picking up the export? Like, how many EXP leaders is Cram comfortable going up against the Terizla?
Arlet, maybe?
Is there a world where this Roger becomes the jungler?
There is.
There is.
This is the guys we're talking about.
Minotaur Valid.
Yeah, very good pickup. Very good opening for SRG.
Almost taking FCAP's draft here.
Yes. So you're gonna be left with Edith perhaps or Owen in this case.
The problem is we've seen Stormy on the Valentina taking away.
Of course.
And then Harith picks up.
How come we forgot about the Harith? But yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think eventually the Claude should be banned by FCAP, right?
Agreed. Ooh. And at that point, if all the gold laners are banned out, Roger goes gold lane. Innocent special, that's where he gets the name. Innocent the Beast.
You know? Oh, wait. I think the Hayabusa actually is still pickable for SRG, right? That's still a good hero versus the Ling, and also in a way against the Harith.
So they're forcing Sekais on the Haya.
Yeah, they're like indulging SRG to the point where let's have an assassin versus assassin battle in the last game of MSC, where everything is meta.
Their fight will be legendary.
Their fight will indeed be legendary.
Already is.
Okay, I think about few heroes, right? Lilia also. Lilia is actually a really good ban for SRG because it has great synergy.
Are you let the Farsa through?
Yep.
What about Phobius? Maybe you can let the Phobius go. Oh, all right, Tigro ban.
That is interesting, especially because they have the Valentina.
They can steal the Edith's ult.
Yeah, that's right. I think you can still ban Hayabusa here if you're FCAP.
Look at the dichotomy. Look at how polar different Coach Duck and Coach Trev are. You see the smiles on Coach Trev and Coach Duck is just honed in.
Yep. And Mr. Robert is just prodding. Oh, they are indeed forcing the Hayabusa. Export being banned. I think that's actually an amazing ban here coming up from FCAP, knowing that it will be the last hero to really make it difficult for the Terizla to kind of work.
What else are the options? Cram is good on the CC, but I don't know about CC in this lineup.
CC versus Ling has worked before. I'm not entirely sure if that's good versus the Harith.
Talking about CC, is Arlet on Owen a thing?
Ooh.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
That might be a better alternative to the Edith, right? Because the Edith just stings.
Yeah.
With the Valentina.
Yeah. If you're up against the Valentina, do you want to go like maybe Kadita or actually the Farsa is still open. Yeah, the Farsa is great. Unless they want to go all in for the damage, which they go Kagra. That's the Arlet.
You called it.
Well done.
You called it.
And you also take it away from the potential of Cram picking it up.
So
because that's one of the few Cram heroes left.
Yeah. Ooh. Are you gonna be left with CC? I think CC they might not have a choice.
Or the Zhong.
Oh, you're right.
The Zhong.
Finally, please give us the Yu Zhong.
Yu Zhong Claude.
Yep. Yu Zhong Claude.
Like, don't pick up the Hayabusa or risk it. Pick up the Hayabusa. Let Innocent have his time.
Yeah.
With the Roger. Like, this Roger gave Innocent the MVP back in Malaysia.
Yep.
Alpha. Oh, they just go back to Alpha.
Alpha Ruby.
Okay, this is the part where you actually go for the Lilia. Is Louis still open?
Yes.
That might be it. That might be the closer.
What kind of world is this?
Louis is perfect versus Alpha.
I feel like at this point, it's just that everyone just picking what I don't know.
Where are you going with this?
No, I'm just saying it's like,
okay,
go big or go home. Just pick whatever you want. And gentlemen, I want to say thank you very much for your services, not just for today, not just for this draft, for the entire MSC. We'll talk again later. But for now, we're passing it over to the casters where for you guys, it's your final cast as well. See you guys.
Once again, thank you to our beloved analysts calling the shots every single time, being as accurate as they possibly can on breaking down all of the action for you guys. With that being said, Mirko, this is it. One team are going to be crowned champions here of the Mid-Season Cup 2024. The real question Is it going to be Slang or Red Giants? Or is it going to be Falcons AP Bren?
Well, we'll just have to see, Gideon. As the door, or the window rather, opens up for the final game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Game 7 MSC 2024 Grand Finals.
Welcome to the land of dawn. One last time. Selangor Red Giants on the blue side up against Falcons AP Bren on the red side. And already we're seeing the trades being very effective here from Owen, now having access to the Arlet. And honestly, I don't know, man. This Arlet is a dangerous pick on Owen.
Really is. I think back in the day, for me especially, looking at Master Owen, every time he picks up the Arlet, he would have the most kills on the team. That's how ridiculous he is on the Arlet. So it really does feel like the analysts also, kind of said it. It's all comfort picks. They're going back to what makes them so special, I would say, individually. And it's perfect to see a Game 7 go like this.
Yep, and it's looking phenomenal as well, right? Because once again, from every single lane, they've got a tough job, right? Few, especially on this eve, will be able to try and poke out Stormy, but the same can be said for Stormy, right? If he just dodges a couple of abilities. At the same time, right, you can see that the motions across the map are very hesitant, knowing that there could be a counter response on the opposite end.
Caltesi on the Finch poise. Hume's trying to read that maneuver from Kyle, but he stays on the wall, now going back. Both teams, obviously, I don't know, what would you be looking for here? Flapel, going for some damage. Caltesi with rotation as well. Kram gets taken very low. Flickers out to safety, doesn't get knocked out. Going for the overall Wolf King, and doesn't connect it, so Kyle gets a little bit more damage in.
Okay, I think that's totally fine here, because again, Slimer Red Giants are going to be stronger once they have their big ultimates, right? Especially for Yums. Once he has them in Knowing Fury, then maybe they can open up a couple of options. But in the meantime, right, this first turtle is going to be a little tough to contest, considering that Ogwin is giving them very good information. Okay, they know for a fact that, especially in the mid lane, is going to get shoved in, but they know that Alpha is already on his orange buff, so Falcons AP Bren can take their time with this, go to the opposite side, farm back up, get that level lead to come back for this fight.
This is what's great about Falcons AP Bren whenever they use the assassins, because they will go back and forth with the turtle, and they won't go for it. They'll utilize the clear speed. But it seems like for SRG, they've read that. They've rotated over. Now they're the ones punishing Falcons AP Bren for the clear that they want to go over the neutral objective.
Good stuff here. That's why SRG are, when they're rotating together, more importantly, they're focusing on can they get Sakai's into a position where he is able to actually out-level his opponent, especially when you're up against a Ling, right? We're hoping that Sakai's gets roughly around 11 to 12, specifically level 12, so that he's going to have a really short cooldown on that ultimate in these long extended fights. It's going to be dangerous having multiple, if not 2 rotations of Spear of Alphas if he survives.
Again, now it's coming down to a point where for both these teams, they're really just scouting ahead. They're really just waiting for the power spikes. Owen, just out of the Minutes Fury, placed down by Yomes. That could have been scary. Super Marco's on for it. Onto Innocent, looking for a trade back. Sky's doing some damage back onto Owen, and Marco will have to respect Innocent's damage on the Roger. Him on a signature pick, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what Innocent is going to be building, right? Because previously in these types of matchups, especially against the Harith we've seen here at MSC, he likes to go first item Thunderbelt first before he goes for the traditional build. I mean, the fact of the matter, he likes to go Quantum Charge as well. He likes the extra kiting capability. Oh, wow. Windtalker first. Okay, so he's going to be fighting for not just mobility, but fighting for priority, because Roger is not great at clearing waves, but with the Windtalker, he can at least go toe-to-toe.
Yep. You get that additional damage coming down. You get that, I would say, what is it, an additional strike. But
the gust of wind.
A gust of wind. That's a perfect way to put it. Sky's also with the War Axe here. Are they very, very early on able to secure his first item of the game? And that's really going to be good for him, because I think on the Alpha, when he used it in Game 3, I believe, it was a bit shaky when it comes to the early game. He was taken down quite a bit. So the fact that now he is able to get to his item power spike without any real hurdles is great. This mid game is going to be great for SRG.
I think the best part about it all is because the laners are so even, it's going to be difficult for Kyle TZ to find these freebies in the side, right? So the main time where they actually clash is during these fights of neutral objectives, these POIs. Even, I would even make an argument for River Crabs as well.
Owen, all alone up there, knocked up now. Minutes Fury Yums finding 3 on the board, another knockup. It's a Tempest of Wave by Caltesi, but he can only just escape the middle room, and Blaze gets placed down by Crown and swinging the sight now on the Stormy, who finds finds it. Fish poised by Calteezy, finding a trade back, and it is Skies that gets taken down. So release for Falcons AP Brent. They deny the turtle. But Stormy, terrified, don't run walking. Is it ready? Graham gonna go in for the dive. Now with the dash forward, Graham takes him down.
Nicely done. At least Stormy didn't have to use the IMU, and Innocent off of this double wave goes and takes down mid-tier 1. The tempo is strong from SRG's side. Falcons AP Red, they're going to recover from the economical damage.
Final slash and reflector. Crab! Now baits it in onto Yums. Crab with one last hit at the site. The don't run walking outplays Falcons AP Brand. Penalty zone from Calteezy. Straight into Calteezy now with attempt to place. Knocking him out. Innocent finding the kill. No other Kyle. He goes. You try to catch him. You think he's guilty? No! He's innocent!
He does it time and time again. He's not allowed to get away with this. The law can't stop him now, man. But now, this is an insane amount of momentum that we are seeing from Selangor Red Giants. They want more!
RWM, Innocent again, like and pounce. Not to be used up just yet. Open with a vengeance. The final slash, shutting him down. Domes, Minute's Fury early to try to disengage. And he gets Stormy out. But it's just Stormy. He's going to have to die for it.
Oh, man. Might have been an overheat coming in for Innocent. Talk about Caster's Curse here. As we pull it back, let's look at the items. What have they built so far? Looks like Endless Battle is almost complete by Innocent side, but Starlium side then also going to be a quick Feather of Heaven almost complete for the side of Super Marco.
For Falcons AP Bren, even though they've lost some of the neutral objectives, they're still able to find them. Seriously, this composition is really built for those hero moments. You got so many big plays that can happen. Flap TZ penalty zone is a non-force. Oh, and obviously with the final slash, and they can all, if they are able to get that combo, it's going to be ridiculous. I'm offended by Cram. Into the Donor Wolf King, no follow-up though. SRG not in a position to really all in, not on a Tarizla.
Yeah. Hopefully Falcons AP Brand don't make that same mistake where they kind of, especially in the earlier stages, nobody has anti-heal at this point of time, right? So Cram is pretty dangerous if there's a lot of people, B, an entire wave in front of him.
No, it's...
I think they gotta play it a little bit slower, right? Because again, if we're talking about tempo, that's kind of died out for the side of SRG, right? At least from Falcons AP Brand, they've kind of evened out the score in terms of who makes that first move first. And until we see Super Marco get the Holy Crystal, I think that Falcons AP Brand understand that it's pretty difficult to fight cleanly.
It is. It's going to be very, very hard, considering SRG, how mobile they are. That wind soccer that we were talking about for the Cryo, it now works even more for SRG because technically they can attack from different angles. And Falcons AP Brand, they really have to rely on that front of back to be organized, to be coordinated. If SRG displaces them, it's going to be tough. And they know right now they're in no position to actually force out a clean fight. That's why they're giving away these neutral objectives. But it will only build SRG to be even stronger here come the 8th minute, come the 10th minute.
Well, I don't know. The Turtle, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Turtle's such an important neutral objective, but we've got to calm down because again, Turtle really just benefits, like, slightly benefits the team, but honestly just benefits one person who has that Turtle buff, right? We've seen time and time again that Falcons AP Brand can push back, and it really boils down to that very first Lord to see the big economical swing that benefits the entirety of the team.
That's vengeance. Oh, final slash displacing Yums into Synchro Vision, but it's just poke. It's just poke that they're dealing with now. For Falcons AP Brand, let's talk about win cons here, because technically, late game, they've got it too. A few Ice Queen Wand, the utility as well, to slow down the mobility that SRG have been utilizing all the way from the early games at this point to actually get an advantage.
Yeah, and that's going to be very effective for those who kind of like to stick on you a lot. People like Cram, people like even Sakai's to a certain degree. Even if he does decide to go for a brute force rest play, the raw slow from the kit on top of the Ice Queen's Wand from Few is going to make it really, really difficult for him to stand tall. At the same time, does open up opportunities for Falcons AP Brand to actually go for the counter engage, right? But that's on the assumption that SRG make the first move.
Down the bottom lane, it's a shove again for Falcons AP Brand. This is what they can utilize. I think for the most part, this is why Lings have been so ferocious in MSC 2024. You're able to farm up so fast. You get places real fast as well. Obviously, you have that Finch poise. But it's all about just being a threat in the side lane. And technically, do SRG have someone that they can actually like send towards this link to match him at all times? Because even if you can 1v1 him, you can't get to the rest of the team faster than the lane.
Yeah, and there's also the secondary problem, right? Because if Ling is able to split push very effectively, then it boils down to how much wave clear do you have? And wait a minute, if Falcons AP Brand get the Lord, do they have enough wave clear to protect from from high ground. That's just not the case for SRG's side. So this very first Lord might just be a make it or break it for them.
Definitely is going to be, especially considering, you know, you got a Herod here. They need to find these big team fights. They need to be able to force these big team fights. They're committing on the Lord. Retribution on point for Skies. SRG taken away, and Falcons AP Bren, they concede.
I think they don't mind. They know that they have the high ground defense. Worst comes to worst, tier 2 start falling. As long as they maintain at least all of their inhibitors, they can actually push back. They're not at like the wave disadvantage for the upcoming Lord push. Sorry, not Lord push, but the upcoming Lord spawn. At the same time, it begs the question, right? What's going on through Falcons AP Bren's head? Did they not want a 50-50 it? Are they more worried about Yums' prime positioning?
I don't know about going on to Yums. Able to find a minute. You're out of the 2 straight, and I'm offended. And on another lockup, Stormy deals some damage. Innocent in the back line, gonna be Kai, able to flicker out from the tip of the blade trap. Again, lightning view. They're going for another Stormy with a flicker forward. Ogre gonna be taken down. Super Marco.
Oh no!
He's bulletproof, but not anymore. Not to the claws.
Oh my goodness, this is on the Lord push as well. This was such a risky maneuver. Falcons AP Bren, they needed to trade up here. This could be an inhibitor pretty quickly. We'll see. The Lord's still knocking on the tier 2s. Falcons AP Bren, they could diverge. They could divert.
A big Lord in the bottom lane. Holy defense used up, and the Lord is still full HP.
Oh my god, no way.
Now, I'm offended onto the flash, so going with a hammer, stolen real world manipulation, 4.5 penalties on it. Caldeezy's damage, but Crab deals with it. It's a killing space. Caldeezy picks up the plays. Now in the midst of it all, caught again, the glowing wanted. Takes him down. Stormy finds the kill. It's another 2 for 1.
This is not like this. Not like this. It was supposed to be an epic battle. It was supposed to be legendary. But now Slangor, Red Giants have an insane economic lead onto Falcons AP Bren. 6,000 gold on match point with an inhibitor missing on the bottom side for Falcons AP Bren. I believe that Falcons can do it. They can bounce back, but we need to see a good final slash from Ogwin. He really needs to make it happen.
We're going to have to see a perfect final slash. We're going to have to see a magical one. All the words in the dictionary that means miracle or something of the sorts. That's what Falcons AP Bren have to do. When did you last see Falcons AP Bren having to rely on something like that?
It's been too long. It's been too long, but you can definitely tell that the pressure is getting there. It's building up. The momentum is here, and Slangor Red Giants now hit their next item power spike. 41. By the time this Lord spawns, it's going to be 42. Let's have a look at the items real quick. Oracle, on top of the fact that Yums is about to purchase that Dominance Ice, making sure that, hey, Ogren, you can't get away with anything anymore. Same goes for Super Marco. But then again, he's bulletproof. His positioning has been, honestly, pitch perfect until his front line crumbles.
It's very tough if your front line crumbles for a Harith to really look for anything in these skirmishes, because you're not really long range, you're in the fight. When you're in a fight, you are literally in it. You are in the midst of battle. And again, Ogre gets caught in the final slash, but it's not his. It's Stormy's. He stole it away from him.
Stormy is doing everything he possibly can to make SRG cross the finish line to create history. I'm gonna hold my breath here. I don't want to jump too far ahead of myself, but that is going to be a Luminous Lord for the side of SRG.
13-5. 13 minutes in Game 7 of the Grand Finals of MSC 2024. The region, the server that was once called Easy Skies, finds the Spear of Alpha, forces Caldeezy back again, but take a look at the chase down now. He only used the pinch poise. They tried to bait out the Tempest of Blaze, but he didn't get him.
That's fine. That's fine. Good patience coming in from Caldeezy. Some of the Red Giants, though, they're going to have to crack open. This might be their one opportunity to actually set this up for a base crack. We'll see. They can't overextend here.
Definitely not. I'm offended again on the Caldeezy now. With the Spear of Alpha, able to bring him back all the way. Yums and miss it all. Finding the motivation for to stay alive for so long. Few deals some damage to those guys. Goes with a blow. Busy. Helping Ogwin there. Finding the final slash of the sun as well. On the skies. And again, it's Caldeezy who kills him with an innocent. Crab buys the immortality. He fights all the way. Stormy trying to survive. Crab in the base. Few doing it as well. Trying to go for the clear.
No, he's going to try. But now Stormy's getting mixed. 7 forces been dropped down.
Super Marco jumping forward now with the help of Few. Crab in the base. Still looking for the play. Super Marco running away. Crab chasing him. He does still have the dash. He gets out of the I'm offended, kiting him away. Few helping him with the Ice Queen wand ever slightly just slowing him for Falcons AP Brand to survive.
I don't know. Cram had an opportunity to keep smacking the base just a little bit more, but if you look at his build tells you everything you need to know. He knows he doesn't have enough damage. He knows that the minion is a little too low to make it work, but on top of it all, he's just making sure he can live. Don't lose your resources just yet. He still has an active immortality. We'll wait. We're gonna re-engage later.
4,000 gold deficit. 2 base turrets down. Falcons AP Brand, if there's a time for them to make the miracle play, it's now.
Brother, man, they nearly lost the game there. They nearly lost the game. It's 16-8 right now. In terms of damage taken, both Yums and as well as Cram at the top of the chart. But finally, we are seeing that Falcons AP Brand are scaling. And if the fight drags out too far, especially with Kaltizi, he can easily clean up that backline, even if you have iframes.
Again, it all comes down to one fight, despite this massive advantage. You can take a look at the turrets, you can take a look at the stats all you want, but it really comes down to one fight. Falcons AP Brand, how were they even able to make that fight close?
I don't know. SRG, I mean, they missed their opportunity, unfortunately, to close out this game now. You got to give props where props is due. Falcons AP Brand, they may be the final boss, but they won't make it easy for SRG. They're going to have to fight for every inch of space.
And that space is being utilized by Falcons AP Brand. Again, despite these base turrets, luckily for Falcons AP Brand, it sides with them. They, despite that advantage for Selangor Red Giants, it's not in the far lane, that base turret. So for Falcons AP Brand, they can constantly send the lane up top, but they have to try to make a decision as well, because now SRG are forcing them.
Oh, SRG needs to take their time. They can honestly reset this, right? Just wait for the waves to start crashing closer towards the enemy crystal, and then maybe consider your options at this point, right? They're holding it hostage once again. Look at this, and even Falcons AP Brand, they know it. They're like, man, we gotta send somebody up there.
That's risky though for SRG if they continue to. Oh, they send the Hereth up top. Super Marco has been spotted up. Now with the sun on the ground, it's going to be a spirit map on the bot. But it'll fall into the middle row of inflation. Yums still in the midst of it all, getting the knock-up view, trying his best to flicker backwards. Guy chases him down and gets the kill. Meanwhile, Super Marco dashing back and forth, trying to survive, trying to save the game. But Kyle, now he falls. It's just Master Ogwen, and he will lose his immortality. Another life, another chance, but not to Stormy.
They've done it! They've done it! For the first time ever, Malaysia is on top!
It's over!
They have failed as individuals again and again! But together, mortals turn giants are invincible!
Lucille Titans, unbeatable, they said, invincible, they said. SRG are truly special.
This is an unimaginable moment for the region of MY. What a beautiful game that we got to witness here today. The full 7 games and a new champion here for the Mid-Season Cup 2024.
A region that many believe to be an easy server, an easy region, a region with no accolades. We shall reach the horizons to see the world.
I'm at such a loss of words. I'm holding back tears at this point. This has been everything that we've been waiting for the longest time, to show that we are competitive. But man, Mirko, this has been an absolute blast. Once again, to all of our viewers out there, enjoy this moment, savor it, live it alongside these professionals you see here on stage.
Phenomenal performance as well from Falcons AP Brand. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for SRG and Falcons AP Brand for a phenomenal grand finals.
They've achieved the final key that they were looking for. They thank the fans as the confetti falls. This is unthinkable, some may say. This was unbelievable. Even looking at all they have done, they've achieved, some might say, the impossible.
They played like champions, and they'll celebrate like champions as well. Now the trophy, the last piece of the celebration.
Red Giants are your new champions of the mid-season cup.
Wow! MSC 2024 champion. We will get the champion. We just want to play and we will show to the world that we can.
Thank you.
Collaborate.
Let's join alongside me over here to get ourselves ready for the medal ceremony. And now, I would like to welcome on the stage Mr.
been
Setting goal. Ult is not ready. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Battle spell is ready. Need a enemy trap tank. Okay. Our turret has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. Launch attack. Team destroyed a turret. Killing spree. An ally has slain the turtle. Ult is not ready. Not ready. You destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. You destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Your team destroyed a turret. Battle spell is ready. Need assistance. Enemy double kill. Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready. Launch attack. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
ult is not ready.